Chapter 547. More than 10? That's far too ridiculous. Just how many concepts have you prepared? Ha! That's the foundational secret of every myth-ranked and even semi-god. Did you really think that I'd tell you? Fine, I admit it. Even I don't know the exact number. My companion's expression of "I've seen through you" and "keep making up stories" was rather unbearable, so I told him the truth. For others, the most important step is to find a concept that can be converted. However, I've accumulated more than 10 concepts over 4 lives. What I am worried about is something else. I don't know how many concepts are worth converting, nor do I know which concepts will eventually form a system, nor do I know what my physical body's limit is. Indeed, since there were no precedents to follow and I had accumulated quite a lot of concepts, I didn't even know how many myth-ranked concepts I would be able to carry, nor did I know my limits. Since this was a path that had already been explored by others, there would naturally be rules to follow. Based on past experience, every species would have different tendencies and limits. Going from myth to semi-god was just like a freight train crossing the ocean. On the other side of the ocean, everything would be accumulated in the past, but on the other side, the value would increase by 100-fold. The physical body's bloodline would be the only ferry. The power of one's bloodline would be equivalent to the material and weight of the ferry. If one transported too little, one would earn less, or even suffer a loss. If one transported too much, the ferry would capsize and the goods would be lost. As I previously mentioned, there was no such thing as fairness in this world to begin with. Not only did a species' bloodline determine their starting point, it also secretly determined their ending point. In this fairy game, every species' fairy would be completely different. Demons used killing and devouring to evolve. Their entire bodies were in an eternal state of evolution. The so-called bottleneck was only because they did not kill enough and did not eat enough. It was meaningless to measure them by the level of mortals. Dragons and titans did not even know what it meant to be capsized. Not only did their natural bloodline power give them powerful natural talents, it also allowed them to grow rapidly. There was no limit to their growth. In front of the most ancient dragons, ordinary human semi-gods were nothing more than a joke. There were different types of elves, ranging from the bronze bloodline of the wild elves to the gold bloodline of the gold elves. However, they were of the same origin, so their racial characteristics were still similar. Superior elves would typically choose 2 or 3 concepts, while ordinary elves would choose 1 or 2 concepts. As for how many concepts the royal gold elves would choose, I didn't know either, as Harloise was no longer a suitable example. However, my guess was that the gold elves had their own system, just like dragons and demons. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called a gold species. According to this logic, if Harloise is able to break through the 3rd stage and become a demigod, she should be much more powerful than an ordinary new demigod. Sigh, at the end of the day, humans are still the most miserable. They are congenitally deficient and have a short lifespan. Human powerful individuals had short lifespans. It would be extremely fortunate for them to be able to reach this level before their lifespans came to an end and find a single concept. However, their weak physical bodies meant that they could only choose a single concept to convert to. Those who dared to try multiple concepts were basically all dead. This was also the reason why human semi-gods were viewed as weak. Didn't Adam and Marguerite have multiple concepts? Actually, this was a path that others had taken as well. This involved another important concept, inheritance. When I have a chance to make a wish, I'll choose to make another wish. Since a human physical body is unable to accept multiple concepts, then I'll use the first concept to change my physical body's attributes. Perhaps I'll even transform into a non-human body. Won't that allow me to accept other concepts? I'll even be able to use this to obtain a longer lifespan and progress even further. It was impossible to say which insane senior had come up with such a method. Obviously, this wouldn't be an easy miracle to achieve. Converting to a physical body would require a tremendous price. Failing would mean death. But as long as enough experience was accumulated, a stable path of conversion and strengthening would be discovered. Compared to other species, perhaps humans are naturally weak and have short lifespans. Perhaps we're lacking in talent and potential, but we can inherit the experiences of our predecessors. Perhaps our lifespans aren't long enough, but we can record our knowledge and experiences into books and pass them on to our descendants. Perhaps we're limited by our lifespans and talent, so we're unable to reach the peak. However, our species will continue to advance and finally evolve to the peak. The path that our predecessors took was an inheritance. Adam's phoenix inheritance, which included the phoenix bloodline and phoenix heart, was slowly perfected by us as we adventured. Even the materials were painstakingly gathered. Being able to succeed on the first try was largely due to luck, since all of the materials required the phoenix heart, and this was a powerful inheritance specifically chosen for Adam. His future path would be smooth sailing. In fact, he even had the chance to become the strongest human. It could be said that Adam Han was the creator of the phoenix inheritance. Marguerite's undying inheritance was a byproduct of the wise scholar's research on the Philosopher's Stone. It was a well-developed inheritance that could be directly exchanged for in the mage country. However, the most important material, the Philosopher's Stone, was something that could only be obtained by herself. However, the undying inheritance wasn't actually a high-level inheritance. It would only have a limited effect on magical power. Although Marguerite's youthful appearance was quite popular among women, it would be a waste to use a once-in-a-lifetime inheritance like this. Actually, Marguerite didn't need an inheritance to increase her power. She believed that she could obtain everything with her own two hands. The first concept was to choose the core component of the inheritance, which would be used to change the physical body to break through the human body's bottleneck and obtain a new physical body. The second concept was to choose a weapon to increase combat strength. This seemed to have become the most standard configuration. Of course, it would be far too much of a waste to only use this inheritance that he had painstakingly created just once. It seemed far too long and meaningless for his descendants to cultivate from scratch just to obtain a physical body and weapon. And so, the inheritance also included martial arts techniques, philosophies, magical theories, and so on. In the end, these inheritances naturally became heirlooms that were passed down from father to son, and from son to grandson. These heirlooms created powerful individuals that were similar in appearance. In fact, there were even titles like dragon hunters that could be passed down from generation to generation. However, their power levels would be on a completely different level. Of course, it couldn't be denied that this current situation would be quite beneficial in stabilizing the inheritance. Similar bloodlines and natural talents would also increase the success rate of the inheritance by a whole level. Obtaining an inheritance would be the equivalent of obtaining the complete accumulation and power of a senior who is at least at the peak of myth rank. Then, learning the senior's martial arts techniques would mean that it would be strange if one still couldn't rapidly grow stronger. Inheritances seemed quite high class, but there were quite a few people who came into contact with them at the lower levels. However, coming into contact with an inheritance that was too complete at such a young age would easily limit the inheritor's imagination and potential. But according to what I knew, many countries' royalty did such things in private. And a good inheritance would naturally be a rare treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Previously, I had caused so much trouble in the underground because it was rumored that the Eternal Night's scepter contained the secret of Emperor Yonya's power. What else could it be other than an inheritance? And for me, who was a double diamond bloodline arbiter in this world, my physical body's potential was far from reaching its limit. This was also the foundational reason why I was willing to pay any price to obtain a powerful physical body. I had already accumulated enough materials, and the foundation was solid. Now, it was almost time for me to create something miraculous. Perhaps in the future, there would also be an inheritance called the Legend of Roland. My physical body was already nearly indestructible and had limitless potential. There was no need for me to search for any inheritance. But what I held in my hands was quite an important inheritance. Perhaps it could even be called one of the strongest inheritances in the world. But this inheritance was both power and responsibility. I held the silver battle hammer and chanted the words of pure holy light. Holy light surrounded the hammer, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime and as if it was a bright lamp in the dark. Ethereal figures appeared all around me, either valiantly fighting against enemies or defending my home. This was the battle hammer's memory, the inheritance of countless holy night. It was unable to change the limits of an ordinary person's body, but it could give the inheritor a will and spirit that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Not a single one of its previous masters had been cowards. I had no reason to let this inheritance end in my hands. I was unable to forget the history it represented, and so I picked it up. Let's start with this, the Light of Salvation. Hope Battle Hammer of the Light Envoy. Chapter 548. Renee had thought about it before. In fact, on the way here, she kept thinking about what she would say and do if she ever met Roland again. Would she be like a little girl who had been lied to, angrily questioning why he had lied to her and kept such an important thing from her? Or would she be like a resentful wife, crying about how she missed him? But neither of those seemed to fit her current style. She didn't seem to be able to act like such a little girl. It had been 7 years since she became the ruler of a country. She had experienced countless difficulties and troubles within her own country, abroad on the battlefield and in diplomatic situations. Those that could be solved with military force were those that could only be helplessly bowed to. As the true ruler of the Northlands, Renee had probably experienced even more than Roland had in the past. The tomboy had grown up. Her short hair reached her waist. At a diplomatic ball, it was the perfect curl for extravagant, formal attire. On the battlefield, her dancing ponytail became one of her symbols. She was experienced in diplomacy and mature in social etiquette. She was an outstanding general and leader on the battlefield. In the Mist Alliance and within her own country, she was a dignified ruler. Her aggressive diplomatic attitude, combined with the confidence of a rising mega-country, actually helped the Mist Alliance become more and more influential internationally. Roland didn't choose the wrong person. He's always been much stronger than us in this area. Even Marguerite, who was picky and refused to admit defeat, had to admit that Renee was outstanding. Even though, and was also doing quite well in the underground, she was still far inferior to Renee, especially since Renee would always think of a way to run away whenever she was dealing with government affairs. She would always be in high spirits whenever she was dealing with military affairs or battles. She was obviously more suited to being a general than a politician. Renee was the most dazzling existence among the younger generation. The best rookie of the younger generation? No, the current Renee was already the most powerful and influential person in all of Ike. She was an existence equal to the emperors of other mega-empires. The Night Princess of the past had already matured. She had no choice but to mature. Childhood, young girls' feelings. How could the ruler of a country have a normal childhood and adolescence? Her every move was the will of the country, and her personal likes and dislikes could determine the life and death of an individual or even an entire race. Love, and such were things that no one dared to imagine. Let's face it, 7 years had passed. Considering that the average age of marriage in the continent was less than 18, Renee had long passed her wedding date. However, as the most powerful and influential woman on the continent, Renee still had countless suitors. Every time a perfect man appeared on paper, even if Renee didn't do anything, the man's past misdeeds, hidden ambitions, and so on would automatically appear in front of Renee. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Another scumbag who intends to conquer the world with his lower body. Perhaps it was due to Roland's excessive dislike of the dragon Outyin This name had a special meaning in this world due to Roland's nonsensical books. Her disgust of men and friendliness towards women formed a sharp contrast. Plus, with her past reputation, the Yuri princess had already evolved into the Yuri queen. That was why there were now many more beautiful women by Roland's side that he desired to conquer. In order to avoid trouble and misunderstandings, the Night Princess, who was becoming more and more accustomed to treating strangers with a stern expression, mysteriously became known as the Iron Queen. Even Renée herself felt that it was rather funny. Actually, it was just that the somewhat muddle-headed, somewhat sly, and somewhat childish Night Princess had been forced to take on the heavy responsibility of her country and her people by a certain irresponsible person. Responsibility and honor forced her to grow up. Everyone's expectations and trust forced her to grow up. Back then, the little girl's yearning for the Prince Charming who saved the damsel in distress, after the accumulation of time, had fermented into something unknown. If she had to describe it, perhaps even Rain herself couldn't figure it out. However, she was clear that whenever she thought of the man who suddenly abandoned her and her country, she couldn't help but feel angry. At the very least, you should have told me. Am I that untrustworthy? But today, when he finally saw that familiar figure walking down the stairs from the upper floor, the memories and impressions of the past that had been beautified and strengthened by time overlapped with that sloppy-looking face. Many thoughts and feelings filled his chest. Wonderful, he hasn't changed at all. He's just a little more rash. Did he not eat? Wait a moment, that can't be right. When Renée discovered that she was more delighted than angry, she felt that something was wrong. When she saw that familiar pair of eyes sizing her up, even more chaotic thoughts surfaced. The Iron Queen's face mysteriously flushed red, as if she didn't dare to face the familiar gaze. However, Roland's gaze kept moving up and down her body several times, as if he was looking for any changes in her. Roland's gaze even lingered on her sensitive areas for a long time, which was truly rude. Renée was rather annoyed. Based on her increasingly violent temper, she should have kicked Roland long ago. But for some reason, she didn't know what to do. It was as if she was an elementary school student who hadn't finished her homework. Yet, for some reason, she was secretly delighted. Roland's voice hadn't changed, and his handsome face had become thinner but more mature. His gentle gaze was focused on her face from Renée's perspective. His expression seemed to be hesitant and worried. Was he feeling guilty? I'll forgive you if you apologize. The female knight, who had just been filled with anger, instantly became a little girl who was sulking with her parents. She instantly forgot her determination to take revenge a few minutes ago. Meanwhile, Roland, who had been hesitating for a long time, finally spoke up. That person of yours? He's also on our side. Beautiful girl, you've developed quite well. You're much better than my bean sprout. Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take good care of me. Before Roland could even finish his first-time meeting greeting, a familiar angry roar reached his ears. Heavenly punishment, heavy strike. In front of the enraged girl, time and space were nothing. As she waved her steel gauntlets, a pitch-black heavy punch suddenly descended from another dimension and flew directly at Roland. This brute strength came from a creature cursed by the gods. The frightening heavy punch shattered space itself. This unfilial child of the gods had now become Renée's power. The frightening speed and brute strength were impossible to dodge. However, the creator of this attack didn't have the time to be happy, because he was directly smashed into the ceiling and viciously embedded into it. Broken rocks kept falling from the ceiling, but there was no more news of that person. Nice hit. That was so satisfying. Another punch to the face. When someone was unlucky, everyone's reactions would reveal that person's usual personality. Roland was beaten up. The witch laughed, the black cat laughed, and the bald sword saint laughed out loud. Even the great engineer took out a megaphone and declared his delight. Anyone who was familiar with Roland would clap their hands in delight. Only the mercenaries and Catalina would be worried that Roland would be beaten to death. Relax. In this day and age, good people die quickly, while bad people live for thousands of years. As for this man, even if the world ends, he won't die. Tim Ladd's explanation received nods of agreement from everyone. Even though Roland had been struck directly in the face by a divine sin, everyone still felt that he was fine. In fact, they even made it seem like they were celebrating a festival. Chapter 549. I told you that I was just joking to lighten the mood. Would you believe me? I would. Since you've always done whatever you wanted, of course I believe in your ability to do so. But it's useless for us to believe you. She definitely wouldn't believe you. Amelia was smiling. It seemed that not only wasn't she angry at my misfortune, she even felt quite relieved. I sat on the ground with my head covered in blood. Nobody cared about me. I was just like a holy knight who had been ostracized in an adventuring team. Only I knew how much I was suffering. Nobody cared about me, so I could only cast holy light on myself. Divine sins weren't easy to deal with. Divine sins would kill anyone you stepped on, and anyone you pinched would explode. My entire body was now covered in shards of my dragon scale armor. If it wasn't for the fact that I had summoned my armor in time to protect myself, that punch would have likely turned me into mincemeat. Just now, I had been proud of my armor's astonishing defense. I even believed that my armor was nearly invincible in the mortal plane. Since my armor's defense couldn't be broken through, it naturally meant that I was undefeatable. It wouldn't even be wrong to say that I was undefeatable. But my armor immediately shattered. Could it be that this is my retribution for shouting, "I'm already undefeatable"? It would seem that some things shouldn't be said, no matter which world we're in. Astria, were you really so bored that you made that line into a weapon of causality? Seeing that even Astria couldn't be bothered to answer such a boring question, I decided to cut the crap and focus on healing myself. Rays of divine light of healing activated my body's healing abilities. It was quite comfortable, but the situation was far from good. It seemed that my hatred for me was rather high. In another corner of the room was Renee, who was still venting her anger on the soul creature Roland. This soul creature that looked somewhat similar to me was crouching down while covering its head with its hands while glaring at me with a hateful expression. Is this a new type of undead creature? Can I take a look at it? Even though my head was still bleeding, I was still rather curious. Even though this creature was being beaten up, why did it seem so familiar, so handsome? Cough, cough. Why did it look so much like me? Did you pay a copyright fee to become so handsome after plastic surgery? It would have been fine if they had similar appearances, as I had seen quite a few shape-shifting demons before. However, it would be quite difficult for me to understand their familiar soul wavelengths. Although I knew a little about spiritual creatures, as I had heard that archmages in the mage country had done research on them, there had never been anyone who had reached such a level. I remembered that Archmage Andro of the Sword of Arcane Magic had a spiritual servant in his mage tower. His personal magic, Andro's invisible servant, could be used to summon helpers in battle, as well as to do odd jobs during normal times. Many people were envious of this magic. Unfortunately, this was his exclusive trump card, and he never revealed any information about this magic. If I could analyze this spiritual creature and get the silly cat to help me, I might be able to restore it to Roland's illegal summoning technique. No insurance, no salary. Wouldn't he be able to sell his patents and wait for his fortune? He wants to dissect me. Help. Save me. The scene in front of him was like a horror movie. He was rolling on the ground under the trampling of the silver boots, and his face was twisted with fear. His voice sounded so out of place that it begged for mercy. It was very, very refreshing. However, I was even more curious as to why he would come to such a conclusion. Did I really look like a mad scientist? I was a good person with a bottom line. Dissect him? Do I look like such an immoral person? Every intelligent life form has the right to live. Although I'm indeed quite interested in spiritual creatures, I'll respect his right to live. I tried to explain myself, but it seemed that nobody believed me. You do. Bottom line? Morals? Do you have any? Haha, you're so funny. But today isn't the Life Festival, so let's not tell a joke that nobody can laugh at. What was even worse was that, judging from the opinions of the people around me, not a single person actually believed my explanation. This was simply heartbreaking. Had my credibility been ruined, just like that? Intelligent life forms have life and right to live, but this guy doesn't seem to be a life form, does he? In that case, what you just said was nonsense, wasn't it? Although you tried to explain yourself, you didn't promise not to dissect him? You're as shameless as ever. I respected the right to live, but you weren't a life form, so let me dissect you. That was the true meaning of nonsense. TSK, I was actually seen through. Still, since you were able to see through my tricks, scammers would always be the best at seeing through scammers' tricks. Harloise, you're just the same as me, aren't you? I didn't try to explain myself because my magical pet, who was connected to my heart and soul, had revealed everything. No one would believe me if I continued to explain myself. I simply suddenly reached out and grabbed the talkative black cat on my shoulder, and then kicked it, causing this magical pet who had betrayed its master to go play somewhere else. Hey, look at my wound. I'm clearly the victim here. So why is everyone looking at me as the bad guy? If I was an ordinary person, I would have been instantly beaten to death. You deserve it. Why didn't you get beaten to death? You bastard, you're actually pretending to be dead? Why don't you really die? Renee shouted angrily the moment she opened her mouth. Her tone was filled with quite a bit of anger and resentment, as well as some sadness. I fell silent for quite a while. Based on my many years of experience, I knew that it would be best not to try and reason with an angry woman. Women, like her, had the ability to turn any problem into an emotional problem, and turn any situation into one where you wronged her or treated her badly. Hey, I'm not pretending to be dead. You can just kill me one more time, and I'll really be dead. How would I know that you'll cry? That's right, cry. Harloise from the Northlands saw that I was lying down and pretending to be dead, and that she didn't even need to examine me before she directly cried. Even now, her eyes were still red and swollen, which meant that Renee was still too inexperienced. If it was Marguerite or Adam, they would definitely examine the corpse. Yep, Eliza would as well. Renee, he's mentally saying that you're too inexperienced, falling for his traps so easily, and that Eliza doesn't understand him as well. All right then, Harloise proudly said that everything she said was the truth, but definitely not the whole truth. She was quite quick at learning my tricks. Was this really my fate? I instantly tossed out my flying cat and then made a defensive stance. That punch just now had really made me vomit blood. If another divine sin smite hit landed on me, I really might die. But this time, Renee didn't listen to Harloise nonsense. She hesitated for a moment, and then decided to vent her anger on a substitute. But just as I started to cast holy light on myself in boredom, I faintly heard a whisper that sounded like a mosquito whispering. You really didn't recognize me? Or did you completely forget about me? I suddenly felt like I had wronged Renee quite a bit as I watched Harloise kick her clone to vent her anger while listening to my reply. Considering that it was highly likely that the silly cat would betray me even if I lied, I hesitated for a moment before telling her the truth. Of course, I recognized you when I saw your battle flag, but you already attacked. Still, Renee, you've truly grown up. You've changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first glance. The tomboy from back, then, has suddenly become a young lady. Perhaps I had guessed correctly for once. I could finally heave a sigh of relief as Renee, who was unable to hide anything from me, suddenly cleared up. Actually, what really made me misjudge her was the tremendous difference in power level between us. Renee's improvement in power level astonished me greatly. If we only looked at her power level, She was now even stronger than me. No wonder she was able to control divine sins. Tisk! As expected, the silly cat still needed to be taught a lesson. She didn't even try to hide her regret that I managed to escape. Did she really want to see her master become a pile of rotten meat in a can? Everyone be more serious. They're still fighting. However, my reminder didn't receive any acknowledgement from the others. They all had relaxed expressions, as if victory had already been decided. The reason why we were so relaxed now was naturally because the overall situation had already been decided. Renée had finished her massacre, and no demons were coming up from below. The demons seemed to be afraid of her, as they directly blew up all the tunnels leading up. Judging from Timlad's messy equipment, it seemed that the demon army had been almost completely wiped out. The current situation was excellent. All I had to do was attack Timlad, and I would be able to win. It seemed that I accidentally said something forbidden again. I couldn't possibly be so unlucky. There's a high energy reaction down below. It's a new demon. All right then. Timlad was indeed a professional at making things difficult for me. So you're a professional jinxer. Then, Harloise, you're a professional at ridiculing others? Chapter 550. Man proposes, God disposes. Man proposes, God disposes. This kind of nonsense had probably been said countless times. But according to the pace of the story's development, anyone who said such a line would probably die very quickly. No matter how amazing a scheme or plot was, it would fail for all sorts of random reasons if you were unlucky. For example, meeting some brat who just left the village. What? Brats aren't scary. The wheel of fate always spins. Perhaps some brat working as a waiter in a hotel would become the main character of those legendary novels. After many years of analysis, people had come up with 3 rules for all schemes to fail. Kill the main character's father, master, or other respected elders. Kidnap or steal the main character's beloved girlfriend. Find a former genius to break off an engagement, and all 3 had one thing in common: offend the main character. Cough, cough! It would seem that no matter which world I was in, legendary novels were all quite common. Yep, I've always been talking about novels. Although novels were sometimes stranger than reality, most of the time novels were novels and reality was reality. In reality, all schemes had a high success rate. After all, neither the plotters nor the executioners were idiots. Anyone capable of plotting a heaven-defying scheme would probably have a high chance of success, since they were already at the execution stage. In order to ascend to the throne, a certain Marquis family waited for the royal family for 100 years, assassinated 4 potential royal members, and finally succeeded in ascending to the throne. Yep, I'm talking about the current San Antonio. Their crown didn't come from the right place at all. Did the major nobles in San Antonio not know how this crown came about? Did the previous royal family not take precautions? Actually, the royal family had long since known that Marquis Mr. was ambitious. They even knew how the other princes had died in accidents. However, back then, the Mr. family had military power and the loyalty of 1/3 of the major nobles, so they could only watch helplessly as they slowly walked towards destruction. It was common to hear about a brat who saved a princess in distress and finally revived the royal family to become the ruler of a country, but never seen it in action. However, in those stories, the ugly and old villains would finally succeed in defeating their superiors, and then marry a princess of the previous generation and have several children with her. There were countless examples of such villains who took over the throne. There was no other reason other than the fact that the conspirators were usually very powerful. Their ambitions often stemmed from their corresponding influence and strength. The nobles were much more powerful than the royalty, so they naturally had the ambition to replace the royalty. There were very few nobles who still followed the original alliance and remained loyal. As a result, those conspiracies quickly became overt conspiracies. Today's rebels would become the new crowned king of the past tomorrow. The current civil war in the Sala Dukedom was an example, but it was not an isolated case. In the past few years, There had been so many rebellions, assassinations, and civil wars that they could no longer make the headlines. Even though a few super empires were still trying their best to restrain themselves, the smaller the country, the more chaotic it was. Simply using the Holy War as an explanation for the constant civil wars and rebellions would be far too naive. Judging from the fairies and the missed alliances information, there are many signs that other species and factions had interfered. A certain major noble would suddenly obtain a powerful god equipment. A certain domain lord would suddenly have several powerful archmages from another species under his command. A certain dukedom would suddenly have several beastman tribes join their side. A certain tactician would suddenly appear and greatly expand the military strength of a certain warlord. All of these strange news stories were quite common in the past few years. However, the following developments were even more common. It was either a domain lord who had increased his power due to the will of the heavens starting to rebel, or a ruler who felt threatened and started to clean up his own faction. The Vultures of War expansion pack from the game's history had appeared before us in a different form: internal strife and nobles' civil wars. For the vast majority of countries, civil wars in neighboring countries during this period of time were the most annoying. If you didn't do anything about it, it would spread to you. If you did, you would immediately be accused of interfering with the internal affairs of others and invading others. Of course, some ambitious kings and dukes actually treated this as a great opportunity. And so, the flames of war kept burning, and the civil wars became international wars. According to what I knew, several mega-empires, including Bardi, Shilua, and San Antonio, had all secretly profited quite a bit over the past few years. However, this was the internal affairs of other countries, and outsiders were completely unable to interfere. This would be a calamity for a small country. But would it be a small matter for a major country? No matter who it was, this would be a mega problem. Wars that could only be won and never lost would expand a major country's territory. Not only would the royalty status become more stable, but it would also benefit the domestic market, major nobles, and military. The major country's citizens would desire even more wars, and the citizens' desires would force the king and nobles to start even more wars. This would be the greatest problem of all. If this was a scheme of the Chaos faction, then I had to admit that it was done quite beautifully. A few powerful individuals in the wild, a group of non-human natives, a few evil cultists, a good weapon, some new technology, and a few bags of gold. As long as they were used well, it would be possible to cause a country to fall into internal strife with little effort. This would be using up the entire mortal plane's strength. The solid dukedom was the most obvious example of this. Internal strife between domain lords wasn't a change in power level. No matter who won in the end, the country's overall power level would be greatly reduced, and its population would be greatly reduced. There would be no such thing as a true victor. From an overall and long-term perspective, everyone would lose. Limiting the scale of internal strife? If a war really broke out, it wouldn't be so easy to stop. Not only that, it would be quite difficult to stop such actions. Ambitious individuals were quite common, and it all depended on whether or not they had enough power to support them. Were we supposed to inspect the domain lord's advisors and subordinates one by one? Were we supposed to stop the domain lords from working hard to increase their own power level? Considering the fact that the current feudal nobles had complete autonomy, this was something that even their own country's royalty wouldn't be able to accomplish. This wasn't the demon style, as they would immediately start fighting. Instead, they were more like devils that specialized in disgusting people. It wouldn't be possible to see any results in a short period of time, but as time dragged on, it would actually weaken the entire human species. Perhaps it was the betrayal of some devil lords and the departure of the will of the chaos abyss that caused the remaining devil lords to change their usual neutral stance in the Holy War. They were now eager to show off their own standpoint and abilities. All right then, this was the other main quest that I had chosen to stay in the Solid Dukedom. I had originally intended to see who was behind that marquee and see if I could find out anything. Although it was highly unlikely that I would be able to catch the mastermind, I could at least try. At the very least, I needed to know that it was those bastards from the lower planes who were causing trouble. TSK, my plans were all messed up, and I actually met with such a situation. Am I really the legendary death god? Whenever I go, something happens. Why am I so unlucky? The one who should be complaining about being unlucky is that Sky Tower Spirit. He almost succeeded in becoming the undead Tower Spirit. If it wasn't for you, his 100 years of planning would have been for nothing. From this angle, the creator of the Sky Tower Spirit could be considered an incredible schemer. He had started planning several 100 years ago and patiently waited until the Holy War began before taking action. He had used adventurers to take away the most important chess pieces, and then started the Undead War to kill the most important chess pieces, thus obtaining the independence of the entire species. But from the moment that an accident occurred, the Undead Emperor and Sky Tower Spirit scheme was destined to fail. The only mistake they made was that they offended the main character, me. Are you certain that it was your main character's luck that caused this, and not your Calamity Halo? Those reinforcements seem to have all been sent here to capture you. I was rendered speechless. The undead calamity, which would have caused a terrifying disaster, had been stopped. The most important thing was that Amelia had arrived with the wood spirits, and it was all thanks to Renee that the adventuring team had been able to deal with the undead calamity. Silly cat, will you really die if you don't comment on this? I will. While the silly cat and I were staring at each other, someone finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. Everyone be serious. We're at war. Even though I kept reminding myself that this was a battlefield, I was unable to be serious. The tunnel leading downwards was opened up, and the demons indeed came up. However, Renee blocked the way. She danced with her silver sword and her spear, and then there was nothing else. Blood, flesh, and swords flew everywhere. Even now, I had yet to see a single complete demon. Renee has such fighting spirit. She's showing off her improvement. Right? Did you teach her sword techniques? Tisk. Only a gorilla would use such sword techniques. I didn't teach her. I wasn't blind. So how could I not see through the style of this sword technique? Indeed, I had taught Rain fighting styles and techniques before. However, this sword technique that was so honest in both horizontal and vertical strokes, which used instinct and perception more than reason, was something only someone as simple and crude as Carwin's would use. Although Renee's explosive power level was quite surprising, I doubted that the demons would be a threat to Renee. I could also take this opportunity to slack off and plan for the future. Yep, I planned for the future. I planned for the future of this ruin, as well as the future of this tremendous inheritance. In my opinion, since Amelia and her fleet had arrived, and we had gotten rid of the most troublesome conservation, I doubted that anyone would be able to let go of this opportunity unless 2 more main gods suddenly appeared. There weren't any treasures or gold coins here that would make adventurers go crazy over them. However, the trash we encountered along the way was actually hundreds of times more valuable than gold coins. Perhaps I wasn't a good engineer, but at the very least, I was able to infer a civilization's level of evolution from their creations and tools. Autonomous machines, artificial souls, all sorts of machine designs and structures that I'd never seen before, half machine and half undead creations, and spiritual creatures that were capable of mimicking other people's soul wavelengths. This was far more than all of the Halettim generation's excavations combined. It could be called a mega harvest. Just this special dimension that allowed us to communicate with other dimensions would be incredibly valuable to the Chaos faction. Naturally, it would be valuable to us as well. If this information was leaked, it would definitely cause an even more intense civil war in the Solid Dukedom. Perhaps some major country would find an excuse to invade the Solid Dukedom. If we didn't think of a good method to deal with this, it would be too late by the time news spread. Perhaps it would be safer to keep this door open and have this ruin always remain in a state of war. While I was still hesitating over all these ridiculous ideas, the true owner of this ruin Catalina, walked up to me as if she wanted to say something. Chapter 551. No matter which world it was in, the police, military, and other violent organizations would always arrive late. This wasn't just because of the storyline. It was because receiving information, reporting to the police, understanding the situation, and gathering their forces would all require a large amount of time. A well-organized organization, excellent training, and advanced equipment would be able to shorten this emergency response time, but it would be impossible to completely eliminate it. It could be said that the time it took for the police to arrive was a direct reflection of the overall strength of the organization. For the residents of Starwood City, the arrival of the kingdom's reinforcements, which they had been waiting for so long, was a good thing. At the very least, this meant that Starwood City was now safe. But when the reinforcements actually arrived, even the most good-tempered person would be filled with anger. After all, the battle had already ended for half a month, and the reinforcements had only just arrived. The reinforcements had even fought a battle on the way here, and more than 50% of the reinforcements had died. When the reinforcements arrived, they were all exhausted and injured. Their ranks were filled with stretchers and injured soldiers. Rather than calling them reinforcements, it would be more accurate to call them disaster victims waiting to be rescued. This was truly unacceptable. Get the hell out of here. Are you here to rescue us, or to kill each other? Even Marquis Stanley is far stronger than all of you. Bloodspear, Selima is protecting us. And what did your domain lord do? He colluded with the undead and murdered the royal prince. Everyone is in danger. The residents of Starwood City had such a strange, welcome method that Count Dabarin, who was leading the group, was furious. In fact, he even privately considered hanging a few mercenaries and civilians for saying such arrogant things. Those filthy commoners, if it wasn't for the fact that we were here to rescue you, we wouldn't have fallen for those traitors' ambush. You actually dared to talk back to me? Prince Roland's murder was still right in front of him. If he didn't handle it well, it would be a major problem. Dabarin even considered using the excuse of hunting down the murderer to vent his anger. After all, according to usual practice, there would always be many more people buried with the royal family when they were murdered. But unfortunately, he couldn't do that this time. Not only were there human guards on the city walls, there were also short elves patrolling the city walls. Gigantic magical flowers and ancient war trees covered the entire city walls. The wood spirits were now in control of the entire city. If it was only the wood spirits on the outskirts, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, the airships in the sky gave everyone an invisible pressure. If there were any lucky survivors, the ancient war trees that covered the sky at the center of the city explained everything. The Forest of Dreams sky trees? What are they planning to do? Sky-reaching wood was an extension of the wood spirit's mother tree. Only when constructing a wood spirit town would such a precious tree be planted. The wood spirits could use this tree to receive support from the Forest of Dreams. Regenerating wood spirits also had many wondrous uses that outsiders didn't know about. As the wood spirits became more and more famous, the sky-reaching tree, which had obtained tremendous results in the battle against the undead, was not only viewed as a powerful weapon of war, but the area where the sky-reaching tree was located was also viewed as the wood spirits' sphere of influence. The wood spirits weren't too far away from the solid dukedom, so of course Dabarin knew what this giant tree represented. The shabby city in front of him had already turned into a fortress city. Furthermore, it was a fortress built by another country or another race. Invasion. This is a blatant military invasion. If he was a pure soldier, he would have drawn his sword to protect the country by now. However, he was trusted by the royal family to deal with such a big matter. He was more of a politician than a soldier. Why did they do it? Could it be that the rumors about the treasure are true? But even though he had so many thoughts and guesses, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could report his guesses to the Archduke. However, the royal family behind him would probably be unable to do anything either. This was the tragedy of a small country, especially a small country that was in the midst of a civil war or world war. When the original order was shattered by war, the law of the jungle became so obvious and cruel. If the wood spirits really wanted to take a piece of land here, what else could they do apart from denouncing the wood spirits, who were in the midst of a civil war? Would the royal army, which was currently in the midst of a civil war, start a war against the wood spirits, who were strong enough to rival undead emperors? You're overthinking things. We have no interest in such a shabby city. Our peace-loving species won't actively invade. We've actually established a base here for another reason. A sudden voice interrupted Deberon's thoughts. However, this calming voice didn't make him feel at ease. Instead, he was terrified that his thoughts had been seen through. A short, black-haired wood spirit had appeared in front of him. Her small figure was extremely similar to that of a young elf. Deberon had seen such a young elf slave at a banquet hosted by a major noble from another country. That elf slave would be worth an astronomical amount of money to purchase this shabby little city. However, the wood spirit before him seemed incredibly weak, as if he could easily subdue her. Deberon didn't dare to do anything shady. After all, the average combat strength of the wood spirits was far above that of humans and ordinary elves. This seemingly young little girl definitely wouldn't be any weaker than a silver-ranked warrior. The wood spirit's gentle smile suddenly became sinister as a mixture of contempt and angry killing intent swept over Deberon. Could it be that you're also a despicable slaver? Or what do you intend to do to me? Deberon didn't know how the wood spirit before him had seen through his dark thoughts, but he was truly frightened and hurriedly denied it. No, no. Thank you for your support. I was just thinking about how to report this to the Archduke. Amidst the chaos, the black-haired wood spirit had completed her main mission. She gave an explanation for her species' actions in constructing a fortress, stating that the wood spirits didn't intend to invade, but that the situation was rather special. A dimensional door leading to the lower planes has appeared in the ruins. Large numbers of demons are pouring out, and the dimensional door is out of control. Damn it. Doesn't that mean that this place will be conquered by the demons sooner or later? This wasn't good news at all. Deberon was already regretting volunteering to earn military merits. If the demon army suddenly appeared before him, what could his half-crippled army possibly do? Right now, he was already considering whether or not he should find an excuse to escape. However, he hadn't accomplished anything at all and had suffered heavy losses. Returning with his tail between his legs would be no different from dying in battle. Perhaps he would even get honor points and noble points if he died in battle. However, the wood spirit named Moo and shook her head. She didn't make the most difficult request for Deberon to make, to have his army station here to protect her citizens. Out of control means that both sides have lost control of the dimensional door in this area. Right now, the dimensional door leading to the lower planes has become a random dimensional door. Every once in a while, it's possible that a resident of the lower planes will be sent here. However, it's impossible for a large army to invade. In order to prevent these demons from harming Starwood City citizens, as well as to prevent the demons from entering other areas, we constructed this fortress. This was a good enough reason. Deberon calmed down a bit after hearing that the demon army wouldn't be coming. However, he felt that there was something fishy going on here. However, with his abilities, it was impossible for him to tell if this was real or fake. With the solid dukedom's power, even if they knew it was fake, what could they do? Muen paused for a moment before continuing. Everything happened too suddenly. We didn't have the time to report this to your country's royalty. Please send our apologies to the Archduke. International diplomacy was very particular about the use of words. Report and apologize seemed polite, but it was actually more than enough to simply inform Roland. Roland didn't care what Roland thought. That's right. I'm sorry for taking over your territory. What, you want me to take it back? Have you woken up from your dream? Saying sorry is already giving you a lot of respect. Building a fortress in another country, and in such an exaggerated and overbearing manner, was basically the same as grabbing Roland's neck and asking, "Do you admit defeat?" But de Baron secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this overbearing apology. This was the way that he was used to in a major country. If the wood spirit before him had really carefully explained himself, de Baron would have had to carefully consider the true meaning behind it. Of course, while he was relaxed, he probably didn't have the mentality of "I can't do anything about this anymore, so I'll just leave it to the royal family to deal with." Perhaps he also had the mentality of "I was so lucky that nobody blamed me for losing in such a major event." As for the rumored hidden treasures and ruins, he wouldn't give up either. He would send out his own spies and thieves, but he wouldn't need to consider a direct confrontation until he received more information and orders from the higher-ups. On a different level, his safety would be guaranteed. This was all for the sake of the wood spirit's reputation. As long as he was near this fortress, the Marquis rebel army wouldn't be able to continue chasing after him. What de Baron didn't know was that although the wood spirit before him didn't know how to read minds, there really was someone on the fortress wall who could. Deberon's little scheme had long since been exposed. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Although it's basically the same as I expected, sending such a person to command the battlefield would be no different from sending soldiers to the undead if it weren't for the fact that they met us. I felt rather helpless. Although it was a good thing for us that the Sala government had sent out such a person, it would have been better to hope that Aichi would suddenly revive than rely on such an army to fight against an invader from another dimension like conservation. That might not necessarily be the case. Although Amelia has been thinking about herself the entire time, she's still a graduate of a formal military academy. She's quite skilled at commanding battles. As for being selfish, cowardly, and afraid of taking responsibility, aren't all nobles like that? Amelia didn't even try to hide her disdain for the nobles. It was as if she had forgotten that she was also a member of the royal family. Perhaps it was even more likely that she had long since stopped treating herself as a human. Amelia didn't even bother to hide her ability to read minds in front of Roland. She simply explained her thoughts as usual. In fact, she didn't even remember when she had been seen through. Originally, she had already mentally prepared herself to be distanced from her. After all, no matter how good of a relationship she had with those who knew about her, they would either run away and never meet again, or they would be worried that their secrets would be exposed and would even try to kill them to keep them quiet. Yet, Roland's reply was still fresh in her mind. It was a new level of understanding that made her wonder if Roland's brain was normal. What a convenient ability. Then, when I communicate with you, I can open my mouth and don't have to worry about not being able to explain myself clearly. It saves me so much time and energy. Lies were meaningless to Amelia. The truth that Roland had told her back then shocked her even more than a seamless lie. He really wasn't worried about being read by others at all. In fact, he even saw it as a means of communication. Should one say that he was simple-minded or that he was open-minded, even though he had a belly full of evil tricks and wasn't a good person, Roland wasn't worried about being seen through at all. While Amelia was secretly surprised by this trust, it also made her chat with Roland her favorite pastime. This feeling of being trusted and being able to say whatever I want is probably something I can only experience when I'm with him. And this time, while Roland was still full of evil tricks and plotting how to set up a trap for others, Amelia unhesitatingly became his accomplice. When will our real reinforcements arrive? Soon. Based on the distance. As long as he doesn't get lost, he should arrive in 3 days. In that case, should we make preparations? No, he's quite fast on foot, but he'll be lucky if he can arrive in 10 days. It'll be normal for him to arrive in around 2 months. And that's if he's too insistent on leading the way himself and listening to others. He's able to find us in 2 months. We're half a continent away from each other. So he doesn't have a terrible sense of direction. Pfft, I get it. Amelia covered her mouth and chuckled. She had already seen Roland's epic journey across the continent in his instant memories. Looking at it from this angle, Captain Rollo really didn't have it easy back then. Yep, in the first month, I'll make him give up and admit that it's impossible for him to find the way. In the second month, I'll make him fly back, even if he walks to the end of the world. I had a pained expression. This was all a lesson I learned through blood and tears. Having a terrible sense of direction wasn't scary. Having a terrible sense of direction who didn't look at maps or ask others for directions wasn't scary either. Having a terrible sense of direction who firmly believed that he was the best pathfinder in the world would truly make others feel helpless. Chapter 552. Even though most countries in the world were embroiled in war, the news of the undead calamity's defeat, or more accurately, the undead emperor's descent and defeat, still shocked the entire world. Fine, not that much, as this was only a small country's matter. Still, the solid dukedom and its neighboring countries were quite shocked. When most people heard that an undead emperor had descended and been defeated, their first reaction definitely wouldn't be "good job," or "who did it?" Instead, it would be "what a joke. Someone lied about military intelligence and his achievements," or "a small group of undead falsely claimed to be an undead calamity and an undead emperor. That's not the way to make heroes and grind for glory." Undead emperors were incredibly troublesome. They were so troublesome that every time they appeared, they would be recorded in the history books. Not a single country or true god would have the confidence to face an undead emperor by themselves. For a small country, a dukedom whose name was so difficult to find on a map, to be able to defeat an undead emperor by itself was something that most people found ridiculous. Before their spies could collect all the information, the fairies had already published a detailed report of this small-scale yet extremely intense battle. The things mentioned in the report made all the countries and churches wary. The wood spirits have moved out. That Empress Harloise has personally led the royal fleet into battle. It really is an undead emperor. Forbidden spells have destroyed an entire mountain range. The mage towers have detected at least 2 energy explosions at the level of a super forbidden spell. Legends say that there are ruins from the Haletdom generation here, but they seem to be under the wood spirits' control. The surrounding airspace is now under the control of the wood spirits' royal fleet. Nobody can sneak in. God's descent? Is that person still capable of using God's descent? Didn't those theologians say that it's impossible for him to do so? Oh, so it's the God of justice and discipline. It would seem that his reputation will greatly increase if he performs a divine miracle and saves the people. Link is dead. It's the work of one of his knight lords. Who is that? Oh, the prince of the solid dukedom? Who sent me such trash information? What does his death have to do with my country? Among the many pieces of information, there were naturally those that caught people's attention and those that were not. The prince's assassination that had caused a huge uproar in the Solid Duchy was treated as trash information. Among the many trivial pieces of information, the one that caught people's attention the most was still a few simple words. Roland has returned. He defeated Undead Emperor Conservation. It was just a name that suddenly appeared for less than 2 years, but suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the world for as long as 7 years. This name caused a great uproar. Undying, unpredictable, and the second greatest trouble from the Northlands. This was a name that no one would trust or be with him. Yet, everyone would take him seriously. There were no secrets in this world that would last forever. Top secrets of the past would only become topics of conversation among ordinary people 10 or even 100 years later. My past identity meant that I would never be able to obtain the trust and friendliness of strangers, but I would be able to obtain everyone's attention. This time he had suddenly appeared, and even used his victory over an undead emperor and her army to express his stance. Not only did he make his stance clear, which made everyone heave a sigh of relief, but he also proved that he was still as powerful as ever. Even those existences who had other thoughts would have to reevaluate their own strength. Right now, the person who caused such a huge commotion was still leisurely waiting in Starwood City. Orange alert. A certain existence, whose name cannot be spoken has given birth to the great stone sculptor's second child. Considering how the first child, a giant stone monkey, caused so much trouble not long after it was born, and when it was discovered that the giant stone egg is also that existence's descendant, all the residents of the Rainsa Mountains have fallen into a state of panic. There's already a wave of refugees. What the hell is this? I helplessly put down the fairy's monthly magazine in my hand. What was all this nonsense? I didn't understand anything at all. Was I already behind the times? Stop pretending. Your former subordinate is currently the greatest trouble from the Northlands. Do you really think that others won't know about your relationship with him just because you pretend you don't understand? Did you teach him? I was rendered speechless. When I had just returned, my intelligence organization had sent me the latest reports on the situation in Ike, as well as the most important individuals. Yet they had given me an entire room full of cases and wanted posters. This was already unprecedented in history. He actually ended up together with Ainslow and even had 2 children. Should I make up for it by giving him a wedding gift and a child's birth? I did my best to change the topic, but Amelia suddenly chuckled coldly. This is the stone mother Ainslow's second child, but I wonder how many hundreds of children Beifong has. Even a stone can't stop him. The monster creator and mother of all beasts definitely has a chance of reaching the top 5 of the calamity rankings. I should probably castrate such a disgusting creature the next time I meet him. It's useless. I heard that Beifeng's concept is reproduction. His strengthened, myth-ranked weapon is his third leg. He's the greatest shame of all powerful individuals. He can probably grow another leg even if he's castrated. Let's find another dimension and seal him away. It seemed that Harloise and Amelia were quite dissatisfied with Beifeng's playboy style. They were actually seriously discussing how to get rid of a scourge for the people. As they discussed, they would occasionally glance at me from the corner of their eyes. Hearing the keywords playboy, castration, and so on, I felt a strange chill run down my spine. Let's talk about proper business. About the revivers. Let's not waste time on such a boring thing. Right, Teacher Harloise? I have the newest plant-based skincare product here. It's the new Enchanted Rose Fragrance. Would you like to try it? Do you have one specifically for slimes? I like the ones that are especially oily. At least it's quite comfortable. Why don't you try it? I intended to change the topic of conversation that had long since gone off topic. However, my 2 female brethren turned around and expressed that they weren't interested at all. Theoretically speaking, Amelia should be the one with the most power here. But seeing how she was so excited about chatting with Harloise and recommending skincare products to cats, although I felt that recommending a cat deodorant or flea killer would be more practical, I felt that I shouldn't say such things out loud and ruin their fun. I'm not interested. You can do whatever you want. This silence was also a form of attitude. Fine then, I admit that I was intentionally being optimistic. It was truly incomprehensible. From that day onwards, Harloise and Amelia's relationship suddenly improved greatly. Originally, they were just master and disciple who were using each other. Now, they seemed more like good sisters. But they always had fake smiles on their faces, and they always spoke in a friendly manner. Why did I feel a chill down my spine, even though I was trying so hard to disguise myself as a background? Reviver! I should focus my attention on a new race, the Revivers, a brand new race and term. At that time, Catalina encountered the mechanical souls that rebelled against the Founder's rule. They actually existed, but as heretics, they were imprisoned in prison. When Catalina ascended the throne, they were all released. Yes, ascending to the throne. Although it was a little exaggerated, the bartender girl from back then was indeed the leader of a clan. Although her clan members were a little fewer, and her territory was a little smaller. The wood spirits would also toss Starwood City over to them once they matured a bit more. But even then, Starwood City's territory wouldn't even be as large as a count's territory. At this point, it was quite clear. The reason why we stayed here and allowed the wood spirits to forcefully invade Ike was precisely because we wanted to allow the new species to rise up. The new species were even more pitiful. Some of the new souls that rebelled against the founder were reconstructed by the founder, while others were tossed into prison to fend for themselves. Less than 100 of them were still able to move normally. As for the racist mechanical souls left behind by the founder, they all agreed with the founder's policy of racial cleansing. Who would dare to keep them around? If the revivers wanted to expand their population without sacrificing the souls of the hibernating undead, they would have to try to awaken the hibernating undead. Tim Ladd was currently helping her with this, and he seemed to have found a way to do so. What? I forgot that the founder was the final boss this time. Well, there wasn't much to say. He was nothing more than a tragedy. At this point, we formed a team to fight against the boss. Amelia would lead the team, I would provide cover, Renee would be the vanguard, and Harloise would cheer us on. Even a semi-god would be instantly defeated, not to mention a mage tower spirit that had been forced into a corner. The battle could be summarized as follows. The founder summoned a demon army. Renee killed off the demon army. The founder was furious, so he summoned an ultimate technique to summon the incarnation of a demon marquis. He then felt that he had a great advantage, so he said something along the lines of, "You're all suicidal." At the same time, the demon marquis recognized Renee and me. He began to loudly curse at the deceiver for tricking him, and also began to act as a bystander. And then Renee instantly killed off the demon marquis incarnation that had raised its hands in the air. We happily sent him back to the chaos abyss, along with our friendly greetings of visiting his home. And then Renee conveniently killed off the founder. Yep, the boss was conveniently killed off as well. As a pure researcher, he had 0 combat strength to speak of. While this seemed like a happy ending, the trouble had only just begun. We were now faced with a mega mess, and as the person involved and the owner of this base, Catalina, had gotten herself involved in this mess. The very first words that Catalina said to me indicated that she was a qualified leader. We're going to join the Mist Alliance as a new, independent species. We'll have priority in selling our technologies and crafts to the Mist Alliance's members. Wow, this girl was far smarter than her father. She knew that she was a piece of juicy meat, and without sufficient protection, she would soon be devoured by a pack of wolves. So, she immediately found a shameless and famous person to protect her. The leader and former leader of the Mist Alliance were both present. So many things could be directly discussed. The Mist Alliance naturally wouldn't refuse such a tempting piece of juicy meat, which was why a new member appeared in the Mist Alliance. Currently, there were only several hundred revivers in the Mist Alliance. The wood spirits were quite friendly with each other. At the very least, before this new species could stand up, the airship fleet wouldn't retreat. Recently, the number of spies and scouts sent back to the Mist Alliance was in the triple digits. As for the dimensional door to the lower planes that was no longer under our control, it wasn't entirely a lie. However, we had kept it for other uses. As for the demons that randomly fell out of the dimensional crack, yep, those unlucky demons that fell out of the dimensional crack. If they didn't die on the spot, the wood spirits would be able to exercise a little. As I waited for the wood spirits, I also practiced my techniques in preparation for the upcoming battle. Chapter 5:53. The Black Tower was a pitch-black tower. This was the nickname that the Halettum Society had given this sky tower. It probably meant that they hoped that it would be able to hide from the gods and preserve the seeds of their civilization. And now it was the only city of the revivers, and it was gradually being developed. From a certain standpoint, the battle against the Halettum Society's forbidden spell had done some good things. After the surrounding mountains were flattened, it would be convenient for the revivers to construct a new city. After clearing out the rubble, a line was drawn on the plains, and a row of wooden houses was built in the central area. A wall was erected, and a group of residents moved in. A new city had been constructed. The first 10 levels of the Black Tower had also been constructed and open to the public. Several hundred of the Mist Alliance's greatest engineers were about to arrive. In this simple city, they would use this new knowledge as quickly as possible to improve the Mist Alliance's magical engineering technology. There was technology, a market, and a labor force. Perhaps this place would become the Mist Alliance's new industrial technology base in just a few years. As for whether or not the Mist Alliance would become even stronger because of this, it would only be a pleasant surprise for me since I was already half retired. That dimensional door that could connect to the lower planes had saved me a lot of trouble. At the very least, our upcoming adventure would be much smoother. Have you confirmed the number of people and the name list? I've already sent out invitations. I don't know how many will come. After all, that place is far too dangerous. Even a true god can die there at any moment. Since I was already intending to go to the Chaos Abyss, it wouldn't be a wise decision to go there for a vacation. Considering my rather bad reputation and my past experience of hunting demon lords in groups, it was quite possible that I would be hunted down by demon lords the moment I entered the Chaos Abyss. Although I had already prepared disguises and information, it was still possible that I would have to run for my life the moment I entered. Even if I was lucky and didn't meet any old acquaintances in the Chaos Abyss, nobody knew what they would meet in the next instant. Power was the only way to survive. Perhaps saint ranks would be quite amazing in the mortal plane, but they wouldn't even be worth mentioning in the Chaos Abyss, which was filled with demons. And so I sent out some invitations and gathered some people. In the Chaos Abyss, the strong preys on the weak. Those who aren't strong enough are not only unnecessary, they'll even become a burden. The more experts, the better. Then why did you reject Amelia and Renee? They should be strong enough. Forget it, Heloise. You still don't know why I rejected them. Of course it's because, while I was talking about serious matters, the silly cat suddenly transformed into her human form. She lowered her head shyly and started counting her fingers. Even if you've made your choice, even if I'm the only winner, don't say it so directly. I'll be embarrassed. Renee's a demonkin. She'll be in a lot of trouble if she goes in. Plus, she's the ruler of the Mist Kingdom. She won't be able to leave at all. I ignored Heloise, who was in acting mode. Ignoring her right now was the best choice. Recently, she had been getting crazier and crazier. Amelia and Renee both wanted to come, but neither of them were suitable candidates. Amelia was the mother and creator of the wood spirits. Corrupting her would be the equivalent of distorting the entire wood spirit species. If she enters the Chaos Abyss, the moment she's discovered, the demon prince, or whatever will probably come personally, that wouldn't be a helper, but a problem. Although the Chaos Abyss had almost no restrictions on the upper limits of one's power, and it wasn't difficult for the true gods to descend upon the Chaos Abyss. Unless they wanted to commit suicide, the Order gods wouldn't use their true bodies to enter the Chaos Abyss. There was once a true god who was foolish enough to personally descend into the Chaos Abyss, and then a series of events happened. That true god became a chaos evil god. The Chaos Abyss was just that, evil. Corruption and depravity weren't just descriptions of personality. Positive energy and negative energy were also purely different stats. Chaos was capable of distorting any ordinary creature's intelligence and physical body. In the Chaos Abyss, distortion and chaos were the most common dimensional laws. Even an Order god could be completely distorted. In the end, I'm the only one who can accompany you to the Chaos Abyss, a 3-month honeymoon trip to the Chaos Abyss, along the river Styx to enjoy the scenery of Inferno and the demons outside the cage. You'll enjoy a passionate chase and escape. Your interests are truly strange. Adam and Marguerite will be going as well. What are you thinking? 2 married couples traveling together. I was rendered speechless. As expected, it was spring. We're all animals in mating season. Was it even possible to speak like a human? The silly cat pretended to be serious again under my hateful gaze. However, the ancient scroll she was opening in her hands attracted my attention. This was a map of all the dimensions in the Chaos Abyss. There were countless markings on it. This was also her recent job. The coordinates of the Chaos Abyss were the 77th level of the Chaos Abyss. Just like most other dimensions in the Chaos Abyss, this level was ruled by a powerful demon whose name I had never even heard of before. Perhaps his direct superior was Sophocles the Deceiver, but since we were the ones who controlled the dimensional door, it wouldn't be a problem for us to pass through. After all, nobody would expect that a barbarian from the mortal plane would voluntarily enter the Chaos Abyss. Two travelers were traveling through the endless night. Astonishing gusts of wind uprooted the rocks on the roadside, but the wind was unable to move their gray cloaks, nor was it able to stop them from advancing. Ha! Do you think that Roland is out of ideas for us to help him? Adam's fiery red hair and hearty laughter made him seem as cheerful as ever, even though he was in dire straits. Ever since he received Roland's letter, he laughed at how Roland had admitted defeat and asked for help, while Adam immediately set off. I'm actually quite interested in where we're going next. Are you sure that we don't need to ask for directions? Ha! My intuition tells me that it's not too far away. Intuition? Not too far away. Ha! Marguerite chuckled coldly. Behind her, a group of seals and penguins were currently running on an iceberg. The two of them had already been walking on an iceberg for 3 days now. Blizzards, hailstorms, polar storms, avalanches, and so on were all natural disasters for ordinary people. But for these two semi-gods, there were nothing more than interesting things to experience. How did they get here? Helen didn't know either. Originally, the two of them had been aimlessly wandering around the continent. After receiving Roland's letter, Helen had only followed Roland as he excitedly charged through one mountain range after another, following the guidance of his intuition. In less than half a month, they had reached this place, step by step. No matter where Roland had originally agreed to meet up, it definitely wouldn't be here. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing here apart from icebergs, glaciers, and all sorts of frigid creatures. TSK, it doesn't matter. Since he wrote to Adam instead of me, it's probably not that urgent. In that case, I'll just treat it as a vacation. I looked at the compass in my hand. I was already as far north as I could go. I then used a sextant to measure my latitude and longitude, confirming that I was in the Northland's Bizar Archipelago. This was the backbone of the world that was even further north than the Northlands. Roland's sense of direction had already surpassed the so-called going south to go north. This was the equivalent of going to the bottom of the ocean, but instead going into space. Helen calculated his current location. Even though he knew that he was far off course, he suddenly became interested. At this time of year, we should be able to see the aurora together. It'll be quite romantic for the two of us to look at the aurora together and count the stars together. Let's go a bit further north. Since we're already here, we can also do some experiments in extreme environments to gather data. Helen's thoughts came to her, and she decided to go further north. It seemed that Roland would arrive later than Roland had expected. It was likely that by the time Adam completely admitted that he needed someone to guide him, the only people by his side would be polar bears and penguins. Look, that big white guy over there. He's a local resident, isn't he? Ha! Are they welcoming us with ice cubes? How welcoming. How about we stay over at their place tonight? Those are snowmen and ice trolls. They're quite skilled at throwing ice spears and ice cubes. They're already surrounding us. It seems that they intend to treat us as dinner. All right, we'll stay over at their place tonight. Hopefully, there'll be a place for us to take a hot shower. Meanwhile, in the underground's Dragon City, the letter that Roland sent over still hadn't reached its master yet. That was because the master of Dragon City was currently sleeping soundly. As for when he would wake up, considering how inconceivable the dragon's sleep cycle was, it would all depend on luck. Meanwhile, another companion who hadn't been invited was excitedly rushing over. However, Roland decided that he didn't want to see her. At any rate, although he had made the decision to gather his companions, Those that he wanted to come didn't come, while those that he didn't want to see were waiting. Roland would have to wait a long time for these unreliable companions to gather together. Chapter 554. From a certain standpoint, the opponent before me was probably the most troublesome opponent I had ever faced in the entire world. I took a deep breath, then turned around and ran. What? Good for nothing? If I couldn't defeat him, wouldn't I just be waiting for death if I didn't run? But under his pursuit, even escaping was not easy. What brushed past the nape of his neck was a whistling, sharp sword chi. What followed the angry roar was a solid killing intent and a storm of sword chi. His black, great sword didn't have any magic power on it, but its pure brute force was enough to tear through the sturdiest of tower shields. His violent swing seemed reckless, but it actually sealed off all possibilities of dodging. I can't escape. My veteran instincts instantly came to this conclusion. The next instant, I turned around and swung my sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk my ice sword and black, great sword clashed against each other. As I was sent flying backwards, I was delighted to see Amelia's great sword shatter into pieces. The difference in the quality of our weapons seemed to have given me the goddess of victory's favor. Is it fun to chase after me? Eat me. I swallowed my presumptuous words halfway through my sentence. My horn for counterattack had just been blown when it suddenly stopped. In front of me, two black, great swords, one beheading and the other chopping off a leg, both chased after me. I could only lower my head and roll around, but a broken sword suddenly appeared in front of me. The broken sword's blade stabbed straight into my left eye, yet the owner of the broken sword had a calm expression. Stop! Amelia's angry command was instantly accepted by the management system. The three spiritual creatures instantly stopped, and I could finally take a breather. As expected, is 2 kalas my current limit? 3 kalas is too dangerous. I should train at 2 kalas instead. There were 3 identical spiritual creatures in front of me. Perhaps their faces were identical to mine, but nobody would be able to mistake us for each other. Even though they had identical facial features, Amelia's eyes were filled with ambition and vitality, as if she was constantly burning with fighting spirit. As for me, I suddenly understood why Cavendish had been so popular back in the day. Silly cat, what's in my eyes? I wax. You forgot to wash your face today. Tisk, as expected, I couldn't rely on this stupid cat, so I looked towards Amelia. Although you look the same, your younger brother seems much more spirited and upright than you. Humph. Even if she didn't mention it, I knew how to evaluate him in the past. My father always said, Roland, you're still sleeping. But when it came to Cavendish, it was, which family's daughter did you hook up with again? That's right, the spirit creature before me was a duplicate of Carwin's. The so-called 2 cards and 3 cards referred to how many copies of Carwin's they would be able to deal with. It was a pleasant surprise that I could create a training field that could create a spirit clone. It was incredibly troublesome to find someone to practice swordsmanship on in this map. But now I only needed to press a few buttons and provide some energy to find someone to practice swordsmanship on. This was a wonderful thing. As for why I was using Cavendish, it would be better than if I were using Cullis. I could. There was a limit to the equipment. At the very least, that copy of Roland's swordsmanship was only half as good as mine. The more familiar someone was, the more similar their swordsmanship would be. Still, it seemed that the imitation would only be about 70 to 80% of Roland's swordsmanship. However, the imitation style was quite similar, which was quite suitable for training. I had experimented with all the sword saint duplicates in my memories. Most sword saints, including Adam, I'm too familiar with him, weren't difficult to deal with. That was because most of their swordsmanship was based on their unique abilities. It would be enough for them to reach the sword saint standard of being able to release sword energy. If one only looked at their swordsmanship, they wouldn't be strong at all. The Chaos War God's clone was quite strong, but the clone was far too large and unsuitable. In the end, no matter how many times I tried, I still ended up using that bastard's clone. The experience that Cavendish's swordsmanship clone had obtained mainly came from the two previous wars, the War of the Northlands and the War of the Hades. He hadn't fought many times, but he was able to copy most of his swordsmanship. In a way, I actually lacked experience fighting against him. His swordsmanship style also astonished me. Even though you're brothers, isn't your swordsmanship styles completely different? Didn't you both learn from the same teacher? Indeed, it just so happened that both of us had been taught by the same teacher. Both of us had been taught by the Mist Kingdom's Royal Sword Saint. Our foundational swordsmanship was our foundational swordsmanship, and then we added my style to our long battles. Both of us were the same. If I wanted to find out the root of our differences, it would probably be due to our different understandings of swordsmanship. For me, swordsmanship was foundationally no different from other physical techniques. It was simply a technique for using the body. It was a pure technique. Perhaps it could be improved into philosophy, but in the end it was still a technique for killing people. This was also what most sword saints understood. That was why, when they obtained an undying body and special abilities, they would often create a set of swordsmanship techniques that would allow them to utilize their special abilities, becoming a different kind of magical swordsman. It was precisely because of this understanding that I used swordsmanship most of the time. Sometimes I could also play around with hammers or spears. Perhaps I was influenced by the Eastern philosophy of infusing emotions into swordsmanship. My swordsmanship was filled with my understanding of all sorts of things. There was logic everywhere. Every sword strike and every set of swordsmanship had a goal. That was why my swordsmanship didn't seem to be based on emotions. Instead, it was filled with all sorts of traps and deceptions. Sometimes it would be a direct attack. Sometimes it would be a strange curve. Sometimes it would be a violent burst of speed. But the ultimate goal was to confuse the enemy, spy on the enemy, find out the enemy's weakness, tire out the enemy, numb the enemy, and then find an opportunity to kill the enemy. As for Cavendish's swordsmanship, it seemed to be direct and unflashy. His swordsmanship was filled with savagery and killing intent, as well as casualness. Indeed, it was quite inconceivable. Even though he had clearly grown up in the chaos abyss through slaughter, his swordsmanship seemed to come from instinct. Great wisdom may appear foolish, but he never deliberately pursued killing power or efficiency. Yet he would never miss a single opportunity to kill his opponent. His swordsmanship was bold and unrestrained. Every slash and stab seemed completely random, but he would always appear at the most appropriate location. Cavendish's swordsmanship is quite perfect. His swordsmanship is fast, but it's not extravagant at all. The biggest headache is that he always appears at the most critical location at the most critical moment, as if it's some sort of instinct. Perhaps only endless long-term slaughter would allow swordsmanship to evolve into an instinct, a combat instinct that would allow him to swing his sword and kill at any moment. Yet this instinct was actually able to see through my scams. When I was fast, he was fast. When I was slow, he was fast as well. When I was slow, he was fast as well. He turned the tables on me. If I attacked directly, he would attack me back. If I used fancy moves, he would directly attack me. Perhaps our swordsmanship was about the same, but he would always attack where I felt the most uncomfortable. His timing was also incredibly accurate. It was as if he was my natural enemy. That was why I was at a slight disadvantage when we first fought. But after I got used to it, it became much easier for me to win since I was just a soulless clone without a complete swordsmanship from the Chaos Abyss. That's great. I haven't even passed a single level yet. Not far away from me, Renee was being forced to run around and jump around by a single Cavendish clone. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and kept making a fool of herself. She summoned a divine Sin Fist to kill the clone. Then, She glanced at me enviously before summoning another clone, and they started fighting again. From a certain standpoint, Renee was indeed much more mature than she had been in the past. At the very least, if this was the young girl from before, she would have probably started slacking off and running around everywhere. Do your best. If you're a man, you can last for 30 seconds. Barton was in a much worse situation. He didn't have any random locations. Even though his grandfather was constantly cheering him on and buffing him with spells and buffs, it was still quite difficult for him to fight. He only had the strength to fight back. But thanks to all the timely calls for him to stop, no one died. All the Sword Saints, including Renee and Barton, were still unable to do anything to a single clone. Of course, they were still unable to defeat Illoi using only swordsmanship. In my plans for the future, even though there were many concepts that could be used as weapons, swordsmanship was a core element in the power system. Now that I had a rare opportunity to improve my swordsmanship, how could I possibly let it go? So what if I had a natural enemy? Even a mouse could eat a cat when it grew up. If I had the chance to practice more with a natural enemy, I would probably grow even faster. Considering that only Sword Saints would be able to accept such a test and require such sparring, this was probably the most extravagant training ground of all. Not necessarily. And then, the silly cat tossed out an incarnation. The cat incarnation summoned a Pekingese and started fighting with the Pekingese. It was actually possible to play like this. Perhaps in the memories of the slime cat incarnation, Pekingese were the natural enemy. Will you die if you don't make fun of me? I won't. Then can you tell me that you've been training day and night without rest for the sake of improving your swordsmanship, and not to deal with that clone's main body? I was rendered speechless. Perhaps even if I didn't say anything, everyone would know that the most dangerous person in this trip to the Chaos Abyss was my useless younger brother. Relax, I'm confident. Confident that you can win, or confident that you can escape. I glared at her. As expected, word games were no longer effective against her. However, she couldn't always make fun of me and affect everyone's morale, right? I'm confident that I can run faster than you when escaping. Chapter 555. What a rotten swamp. My fur's all moldy. Can't you find a better place to open the door? I pretended not to hear the silly cat's complaints, but I was in an equally bad mood. My boots were filled with dirty water, and my entire body was drenched. Ever since we entered this dimension, this stinky rainwater never seemed to stop. Apart from feeling disgusted, I also felt nauseous. Just a while ago, we had been walking in a hot and humid forest. But when we came back to our senses, we found ourselves in a swamp filled with death. Traveling through the death swamp of the Chaos Abyss was an incredible test of one's experience and judgment. And these damned black frog demons and snake demons, can't they just take a break? Are they even giving me a chance to rest? I casually grabbed a tongue that suddenly shot out of the water and tore it apart. The croaking black frog demon was torn apart, and then I conveniently kicked the corpse back into the swamp. I hadn't been able to take 2 steady steps on the way here. If this was a slightly more civilized level, any creature with intelligence level 3 or higher wouldn't be so foolish as to come here to die after you proved your strength through slaughter and fresh blood. And for these swamp magical creatures that thought with their own bodies, it was already a type of luck to be able to find prey in this hot and humid rainforest. Their instincts of hunger and their warlike nature after demonization would drive them to attack everything before them. In this swamp forest, the most dangerous part wasn't that the prey was difficult to deal with. It was that the prey were all experts at survival. They could camouflage, dive, hide in the mud, set traps, and so on. There were countless tricks up their sleeves. There were all sorts of strange-looking creatures in the treetops and swamp. The great majority of swamp creatures were cold-blooded. Perhaps their desire for slaughter and hot food wasn't as great as that of pure demons, but as long as there was a chance, how could they possibly pass up on food? Snake demons, crocodiles, demonic lizard men, bull demons, frog demons, demonic mosquitoes, and poison fog bats. These weren't particularly strong magical creatures, but they all had one thing in common. They were all sly and lived in groups. Their intelligence could only be described as stupid in the mortal plane, but as hunters that had lived in this area for countless years, they were incredibly sly. A tongue suddenly stuck out of the mud, a snake demon disguised as a tree trunk, and a seemingly flat patch of grass would actually sink into a deep pit. As we walked, the swamp residents warmly welcomed us in their own ways. Every forest, every swamp, and every pool could be hiding dangerous hunters. The torrential rain blurred my vision and hearing. The stench of the magical forest and swamps blocked my sense of smell. The magic of the abyss made my intuition unreliable. In such an area, experience was far more important than power level. Even a semi-god knight could be lured into a bottomless swamp by a group of low-level frogs. An archmage could be devoured by a magical snake that suddenly leapt out from underground. Even the most experienced thief could be dragged into the deep waters of the swamp by the lizard men who were expert trappers. Concealment and hunting were the rules of survival in the swamp demon realm from the 74th to the 78th levels of the abyss. My luck is so bad, I would rather be teleported to the bloody battlefield. At least I can talk to a group of demons that I can communicate with. The enemies here were among the weakest in the Chaos Abyss. Any novice adventurer who came here would be considered lucky, as they would be able to gradually get used to the dangers of the magical creatures of the Chaos Abyss. But for us, we had just been enjoying life in the mortal plane with a clear sky. Now, we would have to experience the dampness and mud of the swamps. This was definitely the worst possible outcome. I stayed around Starwood City for more than 2 months. Not a single one of those bastards had come. Although I knew that they were probably busy with something else, I got sick of practicing my swordsmanship, so I decided to leave early by myself. Meet up at the Dragontail Bar in the Ash Furnace, the 100th level of the Chaos Abyss. I'll wait for 2 more months at most. I left this message with Harloise and left first with Harloise. Didn't you hear that Eliza was about to arrive? You're so promiscuous that you don't know how to face your decent girlfriend, so you left early? Silly cat. I heard that cat meat hot pot is quite nutritious. It's perfect for dispelling the cold. I looked at Harloise in satisfaction as I casually killed a foolish demon frog that had been waiting for me to step on it. As expected, this demon frog with a large mouth was completely useless. Did it really think that its 3-meter-tall body would be able to hide from my senses? Traveling alone in the Chaos Abyss seemed rather reckless, but it was actually no different from traveling together. Dimensional teleportation was the transfer of coordinates between 2 dimensions. If both sides created a dimensional teleportation portal and connected it to each other, it would be a precise point-to-point teleportation. Right now, we were the only ones with a dimensional teleportation portal, so there would definitely be some errors in teleportation. It was highly likely that the teleportation portal would be at the center of the teleportation portal. Since we would most likely be separated in the end, there wouldn't be much of a difference in going there earlier. Right now, I still didn't know which level I was on. After all, those snake monsters couldn't even speak the demon language properly. However, I guessed that I was somewhere in the 70th level. Back when I contacted Sophocles the Deceiver, I was on the other side of a swamp. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to leave this damned swamp after going down 1 level. If I'm unlucky, I'll have to go down at least 4 levels. That means I'll have to spend at least a month in a mortal swamp. The Chaos Abyss wasn't exactly the same. In fact, it could be said that every level of the Chaos Abyss was similar to a level in a tower. It was more accurate to say that it was an independent dimension. If one investigated the origins of the Chaos Abyss, it was likely that the Chaos Abyss truly was a fragment of another world that had been demonized into the Chaos Abyss. The Chaos Abyss was known to be bottomless. Actually, it was impossible to say just how many levels there were in the Chaos Abyss. However, there were definitely 700 or 800 levels. The great majority of demons lived in the first 600 levels. The lower one went, the more broken and dangerous the dimensional passages would become. Dimensional cracks would also appear everywhere. Nobody would be willing to go to a place of certain death for no reason. The map of the chaos abyss and the dimensional levels would also change. An unstable dimensional passage might become stable, or a dimension might suddenly vanish. The most commonly accepted theory was that the will of the chaos abyss would create new chaos abyss every day. New chaos abyss planes would be born every once in a while. The will of the chaos abyss viewed these planes as worthless, and they would be tossed into the endless void along with their residents. Without the guidance of the chaos abyss, it would be nearly impossible to find someone in the chaos abyss. As long as I was careful and kept a low profile, I doubted that the chaos abyss lords would be able to find me in a short period of time. Let's find a place to rest. The silly cat split into more than 10 clones and transformed into swifts that went off in various directions. I also retracted my aura of ice. Along the way, I maintained the lowest level aura of ice. Perhaps this wouldn't be able to kill those annoying demons, but it would allow me to know where they were. The side effect was that I wouldn't be able to erase the traces of ice that I left behind in the chaos abyss for a short period of time. It was possible that I would be tracked down, and it was also possible that I would attract the attention of other powerful demons. That was because I wasn't a professional legend rank thief. I wouldn't dare to enter the chaos abyss without being a legend ranked thief. This price in exchange for not being ambushed was completely worth it. Tisk! There's a black dragon nest less than 3 kilometers in front of you. It would seem that those lizard men ambushers that suddenly appeared today didn't die for nothing. At the very least, they almost successfully lured you into a trap. You've become quite famous in this area, Lizardman Harvester. I felt rather helpless. Most of the residents here didn't have their own written language or language. The lizardmen and snake demons could be considered to be more intelligent. At the very least, they knew how to build houses and villages, and so I often went to find them to take shelter from the rain, ask for directions, and borrow houses and beds to sleep in. Perhaps it was because there was a problem with communicating with them, or perhaps they wanted to taste fresh meat from the mortal plane. I clearly told them in the demon language that I would pay them, but in the end they probably ended up... I probably accidentally went overboard. They were the ones who came up with the Lizardman Harvester as well. That was such a weak nickname. There's a Lizardmen village about 10 kilometers to the left. Today's assassins probably came from there. Should we go ask them for directions? As expected of the silly cat, she had already grasped my thoughts. But today we had a better choice. That dragon nest that's supposed to be a trap is closer. Yep. A dragon nest is much more luxurious than a lizardmen village. It'll be more comfortable to sleep in, and there'll be treasures to take. Let's rob that place tonight. No, how could we possibly rob someone? I just want to ask for directions. At the very least, a highly intelligent dragon should know which level of the chaos abyss we're in, as well as where the passageway to the next level is. And then rob someone along the way? No. Even if it's an evil black dragon, we won't rob it. We're just asking for directions and staying there for the night. Then it'll attack you, and you'll defend yourself and kill it. It'll be best if you don't end up robbing it. Why go through so much trouble? Do you know how cats die? Harloise, you know too much. Chapter 556. Dragons weren't a species unique to the mortal plane. As one of the most ancient species, they had branches all over the multiverse. Since the dragons in the mortal plane had begun to distance themselves from humans, it was much easier to meet dragons when traveling in other planes. Encounters with dragons in epic stories would often be related to one another. In the end, the main character would usually obtain many benefits, such as god equipment, Dragon Slayer's glory, dragon blood baptism, the beginning of an epic quest, and so on. In fact, since night stories would always meet dragons and obtain many benefits by stepping on them, The main character would be given the title of Dragon God, which gave rise to a series of stories about dragons. For solo adventurers, meeting these large lizards on their travels would doubtlessly be a misfortune. Silver dragons, gold dragons, and other metal dragons would be fine, as long as you didn't have a terrible reputation. They would probably only play tricks on you. For example, if you met a silver dragon or gold dragon and gave them a seemingly glorious quest, only to find out that you only received glory after you worked so hard to complete the quest. You didn't receive a single copper coin as payment. The righteous dragons are giving puny humans missions because they respect you. You still want payment. If you met a bronze dragon or copper dragon, you'd better pray that you had enough jokes and stories to satisfy the copper dragon's endless curiosity, or that you had enough skill points in maze and adventure so that you wouldn't die to the dragon's fatal pranks. If meeting a metal dragon was bad luck, then meeting a red dragon, black dragon, blue dragon, or any other color dragon would be bad luck. These color dragons didn't have as many tricks as the metal dragons when dealing with visitors to their territory. They would always do the same thing: ambush. Valuable captives would be treated as slaves and servants, while worthless captives would be treated as food. If the captives didn't taste good, they would be fed to their subordinates. Their luggage would be considered spoils of war, and their treasures would be collectibles. None of the captives would be wasted. Hakez was a mature black dragon more than 200 years old. He was also the ruler of this swampy area. When the lizard men's slaves reported to him that a newcomer had arrived in his territory, and that this newcomer had earned the title of Lizardman Harvester by killing lizard men, Hakez was rather displeased. After all, he had 10 or so lizard men tribes under his command, and they all called him the Lizard Men King. Although he didn't like this title, this newcomer actually called him the Lizard Men Reaper. Wasn't this a public slap in the face? The reason why it had so many lizard men under its command wasn't because it had a preference for lizard men that looked similar to each other. Instead, in the dark swamp on the 75th level of the abyss, the lizard men were considered to be existences that could communicate with each other. Originally, Hakez should have personally gone out and let this newcomer witness his domain lord's boldness, but it was raining so heavily outside that he really didn't want to go out. Yep, it definitely wasn't because Hakez was worried that he would fail miserably and wanted to use the lizard men to test his power level. Thus, it sent its subordinates to lure that fellow to its doorstep. Then it used the most intelligent of the dragons, the Black Dragon Clan's specialty, an ambush to take care of that fellow. It had to be said that those foolish lizard men had done an excellent job this time. Not only did they find out that Hakez was a swordsman, a pure swordsman who had only recently reached the saint rank. Even in a direct confrontation, Hakez would have had a great chance of winning. However, the cautious Lizard Men King still chose to use the Black Dragon's traditional ambush tactics. Noble black dragons are different from other foolish dragons. We use our brains. We can easily win, so why fight head-on? Obviously, this was prejudice. Color dragons all loved ambushes. Red dragons, who were skilled at flying, were masters of aerial combat and ambushes. They would suddenly descend from the clouds without any warning, giving even the mega empires headaches. If it was a desert, then the blue dragon would be hiding in the hot sand. Thunderstorms, sandstorms, and storms would suddenly rise from beneath their feet, causing even the most cautious warrior to panic for a moment. Meanwhile, the high-speed blue dragon would never miss an opportunity to strike. Black dragons were creatures of the swamp. Apart from being skilled at ambushing in the wild, they were also quite skilled at ambushing in the swamp. Black dragons would lie in ambush in the swamp. Black dragons' natural talent allowed them to breathe underwater like a fish. The stench of the swamp actually covered up the black dragon's odor of rotting flesh. Black dragons' natural talents of decaying water and controlling mud were even more perfect for black dragons' disguises. We black dragons are the true kings of the swamps. When that guy arrives, have the lizard men attack first. Once he's distracted, I'll suddenly rush out and kill him with a single dragon breath. If he manages to dodge, use stone to mud to transform the dry swamp and drag him into the water. Dragons were sly and cautious. Their combat techniques were passed down from generation to generation. Dragons that combined magic and martial arts were more like wild beasts. Their bloodlines' combat techniques made them natural-born hunters. Dragons were more suited to hunting by themselves in the wild. Dragons that fought in groups would actually have their sharpest claws and teeth cut off, greatly reducing their combat strength. Currently, Hakez was lying in ambush underwater. He did his best to recall the delicious human meat he had eaten last time. When he thought about the human meat he was about to eat, Hakez almost drooled. Had it been 20 or 50 years since he last met a human? I'm getting closer, I'm getting closer. Hakez's footsteps reverberated. Even though he was underwater and his devolved eyes were unable to see anything above the water, his sensitive hearing allowed him to lock onto his target like a radar. He stopped. Just as Hakez was about to enter the ambush, that human suddenly stopped when he was only 20 meters above Hakez's head. No, not only did he stop, he even sat down and seemed to be saying something to the cat on his shoulder. Black Dragon Hakez floated upwards slightly as he used up a large amount of magic to enhance his hearing. Finally, he was able to hear clearly. Look, what did I discover? There's a lone black dragon here. That's a cautious type of dragon. Let's circle around him from behind. Hakez was shocked to learn that he had been exposed. He suddenly exerted his strength underwater in an attempt to turn an ambush into a direct attack. But halfway through, right when his neck popped out of the water, he discovered that he was no longer able to move. Ice began to condense on the surface of the swamp. The swamp, which had been filled with mud, completely transformed into ice and frozen earth. This ice was surprisingly sturdy. Hakez rushed out of the dragon's head as his body was frozen underwater. The entire swamp had been transformed into frozen earth. Hakez, who was trapped in the swamp, wasn't a white dragon that could control ice and snow. He was tightly bound and unable to move at all. Black dragons contain many types of vitamins and a high amount of calories. One black dragon can provide us with an entire year's worth of calories. Hakez didn't give up. He blew his venomous dragon breath at Hakez, causing the green mist to disperse. Just as Hakez thought that he had successfully escaped, that voice continued to speak. Hey, I've caught him. He's struggling really hard. Oh, he has bad breath. The toxic mist had already dissipated, but the golden-haired man was completely unharmed as he slowly walked over. He had an evil smile on his face as he explained the situation to Hakez. When the golden-haired man got closer, Hakez was still unable to move even though he was struggling, causing him to despair even more. The golden-haired man looked at Hakez's neck as if he was a demon. He waved a giant fork made of ice in his left hand and a giant knife made of ice in his right hand. He waved it across the black dragon's neck. Just turn around and you'll be able to eat him. Crispy and chicken-flavored. You're the chicken-flavored one. Your entire family is chicken-flavored. The humiliation of being compared to chicken made Hakez explode with anger. But what he saw was an ice fork that was as tall as a human being stabbing right into his face. This was the last thing Hakez knew before he lost consciousness. He could only sigh in his heart. Father, Hakez has truly become the shame of all dragons. He's actually going to be eaten by a human. 20 minutes later, in Hakez's warm and comfortable dragon nest, countless lizard men were busy lighting a fire and cooking. Among them was a tall and skinny dark-skinned elf male, who was particularly eye-catching. He was busy next to the fire, drying the boots and wet clothes for his new master. The clothes were fine, but the boots that had been stifling in the wet rain for a few days smelled so bad that the enslaved dragon had the urge to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. But he didn't dare to Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the dark-skinned elf, only took 2 steps before collapsing on the ground. This wasn't because he was trying to act cute. as an old man acting cute would only make people feel disgusted. It was just that Hawkes was no longer able to maintain his balance. That was because the part of his body that was supposed to maintain balance was currently being roasted on the barbecue rack. After waiting for quite a while, I started salivating as I watched the dragon's tail, dripping with oil, finally being roasted. "Oh, right, Roland!" Harloise suddenly spoke up while she was still looking at the roasted dragon skewers. "You know what it means to not talk while eating or sleeping. I ordered this myself. If you want to eat it, go ahead and cut it yourself." I pointed at the knife and fork, causing the human-shaped black dragon, who was eavesdropping, to suddenly run out of the door and get drenched in the rain. Along the way, he fell on the ground twice, but he couldn't escape due to our contract. So I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. "No, I'm not interested in dragon meat." "Forget it. You're so bored that you can't finish your sentence," I complained as I took the dragon skewer that the lizard man handed to me and took a bite. It was sour, stinky, and astringent, exploding in my mouth. At that moment, I was reminded of a toilet that hadn't been cleaned in 10 years, and then I vomited everything. Wretch. It took me quite a while to finish vomiting, but Harloise casually started explaining. A black dragon's poisonous breath is even more poisonous than a wyvern's. Black dragons are also scavengers of the swamp. I believe that as long as you haven't forgotten all about biology, you should know that such a thing can't be eaten. The surrounding lizard men were so frightened that they were kneeling on the ground. I glanced at the oily dragon skewer again and felt that it was quite a pity. It wasn't that I was afraid of poison, as dragon poison was nothing to me. However, the delicacy that I had been looking forward to for so long was as stinky as excrement. How disappointing. What a pity. That's quite rare for you. Do you really want to eat dragon meat that much? I do. Back when I was in Sulphur Mountain City, I always saw black and red dragons flying around in the sky, and I always wanted to taste them. Such a large piece of dragon meat would definitely taste delicious. Later on, when I obtained a physical body, I couldn't reach out to Little Red's disciples and grand-disciples. Harloise silently wiped away her sweat. It seemed that the residents of the underground dragon city had truly escaped a calamity. Actually, dragon meat can be eaten. It's common sense not to casually eat poisonous magical beasts. But not all dragons are poisonous. All you need to do is avoid green dragons and black dragons. There are records. Yep, there will always be some eccentric mages. There was once an archmage named Bane who wrote a book called A Compilation of Common Dragon Meat Dishes. He even prepared a dragon feast and invited guests. Oh, there really was a senior? Could you introduce me to him? No, several hundred years ago he was surrounded and beaten to death by a group of dragons. What a pity, he was a great person of his generation. His recipes were left behind, and I've even seen them. The most delicious meat he had was red dragon meat. It contained all sorts of fire elements, and with just a little roasting, it would naturally be cooked from the inside out. It would be incredibly delicious if it was smeared with fat and served with red wine. Also, red dragons that have been training for a long time will be even chewier than other dragons. Hearing this, the red dragons in the sky in my memory were unknowingly replaced by a group of fat flying dragons. I was almost drooling. Little Red will come anyway. How about you see if you can borrow some? The gigantic flying meat in my mind turned into Little Red's face, and I suddenly felt that the taste was a bit too heavy. I shook my head and sighed. She'll treat me to her fist. It's a pity that there aren't any other red dragons here. Actually, black dragons can also be eaten. Although it's a bit troublesome to process, there are many ways to make dragon meat dishes. You can make marinated meat and let it dry and ferment it. You can also add some other ingredients and bury it underground to make stinky marinated meat or stewed stinky meat. It smells stinky but tastes delicious. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, just as I was considering this, I suddenly heard a sound from the door. The black dragon stared at us in a daze, then screeched and ran out again. I'm not marinated meat. Save me, Mom. There's a dragon eater. Chapter 5:57. How many do you have? It was a question that came out of nowhere, but it received a reply from the void. 411. Tisk, these guys are so poor. I felt rather helpless. It had already been 3 days since I started killing, but there were still so few points. Just how long would it take for me to kill them all? Although the individuals here are far stronger than in the mortal plane, their intelligence is far too low. They don't even have any social connections, and there are far too few connections. Naturally, they'll receive far too little karma. The goddess of death system gave me an explanation. It would seem that if I wanted to obtain fate points, it wouldn't be worth it to continue staying in the swamp. Perhaps I should start looking at the major figures with far more connections, such as the demon lords of the various levels of the Chaos Abyss. Previously, I had asked my system how I could swiftly become stronger, as if I had a cheat code. At the time, her answer was rather vague. There are always losses for every gain. If you want to become stronger, as if you have a cheat code, you'll need to pay an equivalent price. That's probably the most important thing to you, the thing that you've been persisting on for so long. Think it over. Cavendish is the child of the Chaos Abyss. Aren't you the same as well? I was no idiot. That was enough of a hint. Back in the day, I had relied on harvesting lives to obtain fate points, which allowed me to swiftly grow stronger and become an undead emperor. My system was simply telling me to toss aside my conscience and do it again. However, this time, the target of my harvest would likely be the eternal bloody battlefields. How much longer will it take to exchange for the shell of my first sword? That sword. The one with the strongest attack. This was only my second opportunity to become a semi-god in my 4 lives, and this time my body was complete. I wouldn't be satisfied with just barely becoming a semi-god. I had powerful racial talents and physical body, countless combat experience, countless accumulated concepts, and limitless knowledge. This time, I was determined to become a semi-god. I had already made countless plans for my future. If I succeeded, everything I obtained at the myth rank would give me enough confidence to face any opponent. For ordinary myth-ranked individuals, setting a goal to become stronger would only be the beginning. They would need to continuously gather resources and make repeated experiments in order to make progress. Finally, they would reach their goal one step at a time. This included countless experiments that were destined to fail and return empty-handed. The only difference between me and other myth-ranked individuals was that not only did I have relatively complete blueprints, I also had plenty of concepts. Plus, I didn't have to worry about my body being destroyed by overly powerful concepts, so it was possible for me to mess around a little. Now, with the system's help to cheat by exchanging karma points for the materials he lacked and repeatedly calculating the compatibility between the concept and the materials, success on the first try was completely within his expectations. The growth period would definitely be greatly shortened. As for how far I could shorten the time, that would depend on how shameless I was. As long as I had enough karma points, I could exchange them for materials like crazy, and I would be able to complete my advancement within a few years. Should I still choose to be a swordsman? Strictly speaking, a spell blade. Harlois was a little depressed. Unlike when he was joking, the magic professor was really in a bad mood. Choosing a myth-ranked weapon for a myth-ranked warrior would also mean choosing his future combat style. She was a pure mage, yet she still ended up becoming a swordsman who specialized in melee combat. This naturally hurt her quite a bit. There's no helping it. Only a Spellblade job class that specializes in melee combat will be able to bring out my full potential. Besides, I won't have the endless undead who can act as meat shields for me. Considering my future enemies, it'll be far too dangerous to be a canon mage. I won't be able to deal with a battle mage who can cast spells at the front lines. I hadn't chosen the Spellblade job class out of impulsiveness. My physical body's incredibly balanced stats had long since pointed me in the right direction. The 4 elemental swordcaster job class had given countless people the chance to become mages. From a different standpoint, it was also a job class that had been created specifically for me. Spellblades had always been an unpopular job class in the past because they required far too much accumulation. Not only did they need to be talented in magic, but they also needed to be skilled in martial arts. If they were truly thrown onto the battlefield, it would often be 1 + 1 is equal to 1. In order to cast spells, a spellblade couldn't wear heavy armor, which would make it impossible for them to become a qualified meat shield. In order to engage in melee combat, they wouldn't be able to prepare powerful magic spells for long periods of time, which would make it impossible for them to become a qualified canon. Practicing both magic and martial arts would mean that both magic and martial arts would be useless. Working hard on magic for several decades would only be able to add a few buff spells to oneself. That wouldn't be worth it at all. Meanwhile, the 4 elemental swordcaster job class saved magic swordsmen a great deal of time, greatly reducing their training time. They could focus more on how to use their magic swords in order to increase their combat strength. The intelligence of the masses was limitless. With enough magic swordsmen, this job class had countless tricks up its sleeve. There were even many different branches of the job class. There were those who specialized in certain elemental sword seals and how to improve them. They would be similar to mages in battle. There were also those who specialized in sword seals. They would be similar to spirit swordsmen who used magic swords to sweep over their enemies. There were also those who used magic swords as controllers to control all sorts of magical machinery. Every branch of the job class would have several dozen or even several hundred combat techniques and unique magic spells. To me, all of this was an astonishing amount of wealth and experience for my predecessors. Although it's indeed a bad habit to let others be my guinea pigs, it's all thanks to them that the 4 elemental swordcaster job class has truly been perfected. I can now rest assured that I can continue down this path. From a different standpoint, all the 4 elemental swordcasters were my guinea pigs. Their intelligence and hard work helped open up this path for me. Since I had multiple magical attributes, I now had the foundation to reach the top. Since I chose to be a magic swordsman, I would naturally choose to create a sword for my myth-ranked weapon class. This had already become the norm for swordsmen and magic swordsmen. What I needed was to transform everything I had learned into the strongest magic sword in the world. Then, I would use the combat techniques and fighting styles I had learned from human intelligence in order to make the most of the magic sword's power. The magic swordsman job class gave me the ability to use multiple magic swords. The concept of multiple magic swords in my inventory also made me intend to create several more magic swords. Unfortunately, it was quite difficult to obtain materials at my level. How long will it take to create just the outer shell of an offensive magic sword that represents the soul of the dead? Your design is ridiculous, although theoretically, that magic sword's attack power will be enough to break all history records. The requirements for the materials needed to create the soul of the dead magic sword are far too high. A conservative estimate would be that you'll need at least 200,000 fate points to exchange for materials. TSK, that's so expensive. That's enough for me to revive twice. Is it possible to lower the requirements? No, that's not possible. That's my ace in the hole. Theoretically speaking, 1 less will reduce the attack power by at least half. Considering that I could be ambushed and hunted down at any moment, it was only natural that I would need to create my trump card first. I did some calculations and found that I wasn't far off. I only needed about 190,588 fate points. How many fate points does this dragon have? I looked over the napping Hakas with malicious intent. However, my system's answer made me feel rather helpless. A dragon that's a shut-in that has no contact with the outside world would have a maximum fate points of 450. It would be better to keep it as a means of transportation. Is there no other way? There is. If you find more materials, you'll be able to exchange for less fate points. Since it's a sword of the dead and negative energy, you'll naturally need to find the undead and obtain some materials. There are undead in the Chaos Abyss as well. I know someone who should be able to satisfy your needs. He doesn't live far away from you. I thought about it. The Chaos Abyss was a demon's abyss, after all. There really weren't that many planes with undead here. As for a high-level undead that could satisfy my requirements, the most ancient one, I'll go with him. If you want me to kill myself, just tell me. You're the one who came up with this blueprint. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I remember that he lives on the 112th floor. It's not that far away. You can go and have a chat with him. I could only smile, Riley. Did this count as me digging a pit for myself to jump into? The most ancient one, or perhaps I should call him the most ancient demon, was nicknamed the Hibernator. He was a gold species from the first generation. As an ancient artifact from the same generation as Ale, or perhaps I should call him Ale Senior, Hakaz had experienced all the mythological wars. Nowadays, he spent most of his time in his own dimension watering his plants. He had long since retired, and even his true name as a demon had been forcefully erased by someone with ulterior motives. Only a single example would be needed to prove Hakaz's abilities. His most famous experience was that he had deduced the undead summoning magic from the natural undead, which created the entire undead species. Previously, I mentioned that undead magic had been invented by demons, and that this inventor was none other than Hakaz himself. It was impossible to verify whether or not Hakaz was a main god. That was because even the most ancient history books didn't have any records of Hakaz fighting. However, judging from the other demon lords' attitudes towards Hakaz, it was likely that Hakaz was a main god. After all, the Chaos Abyss had no tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Shall we try out the other 3 magic swords first? Chapter 558. For normal life forms, the Chaos Abyss would definitely be a rotten place. But for maniacs who thirsted for blood and slaughter, the Chaos Abyss was a paradise. Here, you would never have to worry about not having a fight to fight. Do these guys have no intelligence at all? It was drizzling in the sky. Everything around me was washed away by the rain, and in the background was a group of collapsed, demonized sea giants. This was already the 4th wave of demonized sea giants today, and I had only just eaten breakfast. The day had only just begun. Demonized sea giants, snake demons, and Rakshasa demons. Only 2 hours had passed, and the Chaos Abyss seemed to have shown me its astonishing diversity of creatures, as well as their astonishing attack power. Even when I go to the toilet, 2 snake demons will jump out of the swamp right when I pull down my pants. Even when I eat roasted meat, the smoke doesn't drift far away. You guys are here to join in the fun as well. Some of you even dig holes while I'm sleeping. Are you guys even going to let me live? I could sense a mysterious delight filling my heart as I slaughtered them. My mana and stamina were both increasing, slightly. The Chaos Abyss was just that, evil. Even a holy knight would be addicted to the glory of cleansing evil and the pleasure of constantly becoming stronger. And the only result of being addicted to slaughter was that one would become one of them. This land desired blood. I could sense the Chaos Abyss's desire as I looked at the pile of corpses before me. Did Cynthia really die? This is no different from the past, right? The Chaos Abyss instinctively desired blood and slaughter. It would give the victor the possibility of evolution and actual power. Demons were especially special in this aspect. Apart from the most basic demon form, it would be impossible to find 2 identical demons by constantly evolving and devouring each other. There was an especially apt description for this type of gift from the Chaos Abyss, demonized. Indeed, I need power, but I should forget about this type of insurance scam that will bring me so much trouble and hidden dangers. Holy light lit up and cleansed my surroundings. The next instant, all the extra power was purified and disappeared. Power was just power. If I had the time, I could indeed convert it into pure mana for my own use. But this was a critical moment for me to advance in power level. Using too much power would bring me a lot of trouble, so I decided to forget about it. It had already been 2 days since I left the dragon's lair. Without the suppression of the dragon's aura, all sorts of imps had come knocking on my door. I couldn't just casually release my mana, since the imps wouldn't come. In that case, the big guys would come knocking. From the lizard men that could be taken care of by a silver rank to the fallen sea giant king that legends had to team up with. This map was completely random. There was no need to be too surprised to encounter anything. It hadn't been long since I came here, and I was already completely sick of the endless rainy season and swamps. Perhaps the demons in the other levels would be stronger, but at least they wouldn't make my boots turn into submarines and my pants grow mushrooms. However, it would be slightly more troublesome to go to the other levels of the abyss. The abyss had a passageway to the upper and lower layers. It was an extremely large and conspicuous portal. However, it would be too foolish and time-consuming if you were to go down layer by layer. The internal teleportation portals between the various levels of the Chaos Abyss were quite convenient. But as important strategic resources, the locations of the teleportation portals were either controlled by the lords or unknown to anyone. If it was any other level, there would be demon towns gathered together, and if they spent a large amount of money, there would always be information about teleportation portals. But in this plane, they didn't know who to spend money on. Find the demon lord. Harluis would be easy to find. However, after I learned from that black dragon which level of the Chaos Abyss I was in, I truly didn't want to meet the demon lord of this level. Snake god Voka, the guardian god of the lizard men and snake demons. No wonder this level is filled with such disgusting creatures. Although Voka wasn't a particularly powerful god, he was indeed a veteran chaos evil god. It could be said that this entire level was his divine kingdom, so it was only natural that his power level would be doubled. If I was a mage or witch doctor who focused on poison, perhaps I could consider meeting the most venomous existence in the entire universe and extort some ingredients from him. But right now, I only wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Don't you know that apart from the upper and lower passageways, there are other teleportation portals to other levels? How did you become the boss of this swamp? When I asked that black dragon about this, he looked at me with a confused expression. Why would I want to go to other levels? Isn't this the most beautiful place in the entire universe? All right then, this place might seem like hell to other creatures, but it was his warm and comfortable home to Voka. For the black dragon, the stench of the death swamp was just like his daily air freshener. Without the dirty swamp, where else would he be able to hunt so easily and bathe so comfortably? TSK, every country bumpkin thinks that their home is the best, even if it's a living hell in the eyes of outsiders. The silly cat's venomous tongue was just as usual, but I mysteriously felt like I had been shot in the back. After all, I also felt that the Northland's endless chilly winds would always make one feel energized, and the great snow mountain was so moving. It seems that I can only go down to the next level. Since I was unable to find a teleportation portal to the next level, I could only go down one level at a time. But when I made my decision and was about to order my mount to go down, my mount had an objection. "My lord, although I don't know where to find a teleportation portal, I know a place where someone knows. Considering the swamp's terrain, a black dragon would doubtlessly be an excellent means of transportation. At the very least, the stench of the air and the filthy rain made frigid Maw, a soul creature, really unwilling to move. But our current problem was that we didn't know where to go. Randomly flying around in circles would be meaningless, and the black dragon actually didn't dare to fly too high. He told me that there were immemorial creatures here that even he didn't dare to provoke. All right, lead the way. I was rather astonished that this dragon would voluntarily help me. Something seemed off. But those Anababas are quite greedy. They won't give you anything without sufficient compensation. Compensation? Gold coins? No, those things are useless here. Magic scrolls, magic weapons, and the like are quite valuable. I followed the black dragon's greedy gaze and discovered that he was staring at the ice magic sword in my hand. Perhaps in his eyes, that crystal-clear sword was the embodiment of its extraordinary value. The battle 2 days ago also proved the value of this magic sword. It definitely had powerful ice magic attached to it. As for the inconspicuous battle hammer on my back, the black dragon had never even glanced at it. He wouldn't even want it if I gave it to him. Perhaps the black dragon was leading me to the Anababa's home in hopes that the Anababas would be tempted by our wealth and kill us, which would give him freedom. I chuckled at this thought. Ice magic sword? Haha, I got it. I hope that the Anababas will like these gifts. Chapter 559. Flying in the skies of the chaos abyss would definitely be difficult for any ordinary creature. The clouds were always dark, and thunderstorms and hailstorms made flying dangerous. The air would often have the stench of sulfur, and even the rain would have the smell of rot. But for black dragon hakas, flying in the skies was like a fish in water. This was the smell of his home. The vast land was right below him, but everything was monotonous and boring. Everything before him was grayish-black, but there was a patch of grayish-green at the end of the horizon. That was a peninsula surrounded by countless gray trees. In the center of the swamp, there was a rather lively market. The Anababa market was a simple name. It was the largest market in the mortal plane, and the Anababas were one of the few intelligent creatures in the mortal plane. Those Anababas aren't easy to deal with. Even if you're strong enough, you won't be able to win against those scammers and villains who are filled with evil and venom. You country bumpkin from the mortal plane. Bringing treasures here will be the reason for your death. Anababas were an almost extinct species in the mortal plane. Just like the wood spirits, they were an all-female species. However, unlike the wood spirits, who had a pleasant-looking appearance, Anababas were all wrinkled old women. Or, more accurately, they were witches who had passed their prime. They had long noses with strange tumors, twisted and disgusting hair, wrinkled skin, and twisted magic wands. Together with black capes and pointy hats, they were just like evil witches from fairy tales. While the Anababas were still in the mortal plane, they would mostly act as witches and witches. Most of them would sign contracts with powerful demons or devils from the lower planes and act as their agents in the lower planes. The mages and mages from the lower planes were quite famous for tricking people. Greed, slyness, and jealousy weren't really big problems. As long as the goods were good, someone would definitely buy them. But if they tricked their customers and suppliers, then they would offend powerful beings from the lower planes after offending the mortal plane. These Anababas wouldn't take it easy. Not only were such magical creatures rare in the mortal plane, they were also rare even in the other levels of the chaos abyss. Nobody was an idiot. Being tricked once was considered bad luck, but being tricked again and again without taking revenge would mean that they weren't demons anymore. Come take a look at a semi-god equipment magic sword with 3 types of curse magic. It's astonishingly powerful. Only 200 spirit coins, or goods of the same price. Souls had always been the hard currency of the lower planes, and when part of the river Styx changed course, the lower planes also welcomed a period of deflation that was worthy of celebration. Soul coins became even more valuable. Seeing that I was a dragon knight and an unfamiliar face, the green-haired Anababe who was trying to sell the magic sword almost extended her magic sword to me. 200 souls in exchange for a semi-god equipment was indeed not expensive. I could sense the powerful curse on that gray magic sword, but the curse is actually an extremely effective mental retardation spell. It'll automatically be triggered as soon as I hold the magic sword, and then I'll obediently hand over the money pouch. Expressionlessly, I kicked the Anababa away. The potion that had already been activated in her arms spilled all over the ground. A drop of the potion landed on an Anababa next to her, and it actually turned her into a toad. It seemed that there was no such thing as a safe zone in this market. Merchants could easily cheat their customers. Take it, an icy aura emanated from beneath my dragon armor. My eyes exuded the power of death. A high-level black knight who was capable of controlling a black dragon wasn't someone a low-level Onababa who needed to sell fake goods on the street could afford to provoke. I lifted the Onababa up with one hand and stuffed the hilt of her magic sword into her mouth. She whimpered a few times, and then her eyes rolled back as she lay on the ground and began to cry like a toad. The merchants around me paused for a moment before becoming lively again, as if nothing had happened at all. It was as if such a thing was quite normal. It wasn't like I hadn't experienced such an environment before. In such a hostile environment, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger would make me a pig. Revealing my claws would actually save me some trouble. If I was scammed, these people would definitely rush up to me and sell my weapons and equipment on the spot. My physical body could be sold as meat, and my soul could be processed into money. Nothing would be wasted. I looked around and saw that not all the vendors were Onababa. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The Onababa stalls didn't have any customers at all. There were only a few lizard men walking back and forth in front of their stalls. They were probably professional scammers. The Onababa didn't seem to be in a hurry either. They kept sneakily glancing at the new customers, as if they were simply doing some business while watching over their stalls. Freshly made magical steel battle axes, the work of a blacksmith master. Take it for 2 soul coins. Dragon bones, dragon feces, and dragon eyeballs. This is the harvest of the powerful blood spear tribe during the entire rainy season. I only want to exchange them for female slaves that can give birth and soul coins. Powerful magical weapons are fine as well. Onababa and Onababa, get the hell out of my sight. It would seem that there was a powerful tribe of dark dwarves and lizard men nearby. A blacksmith master wouldn't be something that a small tribe would be able to raise. From mining, smelting, and smithing, one needed a complete dwarven society. A fully developed weapon would be sufficient proof of this. A lizardmen tribe capable of hunting dragons would need at least 2,000 people. They would also need high-level mages like great prophets and witch doctors. It was even possible that they had tamed dragons. Only such a lizardmen tribe would dare to call themselves dragonmen. Of course, dragons wouldn't recognize such a tribe. Behind me, Hakaz in his human form had an expression of displeasure as he watched the proud lizardmen. He didn't say a single word as he watched his black dragon brethren being torn apart and sold. It would seem that even he was afraid of this blood spear tribe. Dark dwarves, lizardmen, and demons were all evil creatures that would be hunted down the moment they appeared in the mortal plane. But here, they were synonymous with trustworthiness. This was especially true for that 3-meter-tall high-level berserker demon. He actually hung a sign around his neck saying that he was selling himself. I take care of food and succubi. I kill people. This was a simple language of the chaos abyss with simple logic. High-level berserker demons were incredibly powerful. It seemed like a good deal, but nobody asked me about it. If it had been a demon of the same power level, it would have been sold long ago. However, nobody dared to buy a berserker demon whose brain was no bigger than a walnut. After all, nobody could guarantee that this demon would get high from fighting. Or perhaps it wouldn't get high enough and would casually kill off its employer. If a berserker demon who is known for being a single-celled cannon fodder among all single-celled demons, wouldn't it be anyone else's fault if they died? I hesitated upon seeing that the market was even livelier than I had expected. My original plan had been to trade with the Onababa, but the Onababa demons were truly dishonest. Now that there were other species here, should I try trading with someone else? But no matter what, if I wanted to buy something, I needed to have the goods on hand. I didn't have a single soul coin on me right now, and so I kicked away the Onababa who was still pretending to be a toad. I tossed a bunch of random items onto the counter and began selling them on the spot. Chapter 560. When I randomly picked some items and tossed them onto the counter, half of the people in the market immediately rushed over. This wasn't because they already knew what I was selling, but rather because all the other shops had familiar faces. It was rare for an outsider to show up, and it was obvious that he wasn't from this plane. so they naturally wanted to see what I was selling. But when they saw what I was selling, they all sucked in a cold breath. Nobody wanted to buy anything, and only people gathered around to see what I was selling. Scattered on the ground like garbage were a bunch of magic swords made of ice. The crystal clear bodies of the swords displayed their excellent quality materials, and the white frost around them displayed their extraordinary magic power. In front of these magic swords, the dwarves' adamantine battle axes were nothing more than toys. And judging from how casually they were placed around, it was obvious that the seller didn't value these magic swords at all. As for the other random items, there were fruits and vegetables that were emanating natural magic, a headless teddy bear doll, a bottle of viscous liquid, a wooden sword with words rubbed off, and so on. Although they seemed unremarkable, every single one of them had mystical mana fluctuations. Whispers of discussion never stopped, but nobody could say for sure. The greatest possibility that nobody could tell was that these weren't products from this plane at all. That wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all. There were dimensional smugglers every year, and there were professional goblins among the demons who loved to do business. There would always be plenty of good products from the mortal plane. But this time, the seller was surprisingly arrogant. I only accept top-level materials, myth-ranked items, and god equipment. Don't take out trash like dragon bones. I'd seen arrogant people before, but I'd never seen someone this arrogant. Asking for god equipment right off the bat? Only noobs who didn't know their limits would do such a thing. But judging from these items, they were obviously no noobs. In that case, these items are equivalent to god equipment. I couldn't tell. There are even books? Such strange mana fluctuations. Are they magic books? Tisk, don't touch them. They're the third technique of Buddha's palm, a god equipment martial art technique from the East. It's the personal work of the great demon Bodhidharma, master warrior monks. Buy one, get one free. It also comes with a natural magic tome, the Sunflower Manual. After you learn it, you'll receive the legendary droll transformation technique. Great transformation technique. Astria felt rather helpless towards me, while I was happily peddling these pamphlets that I had been hiding for so long. I wasn't spouting nonsense. Back then, I really treated it as a treasure, and I couldn't bear to throw it away even if I had to die. I kept it in my interspatial bag as my trump card. Now that I knew that my system was actually Astria, a goddess of creation who created an oriental martial art from another world, I knew that I had been scammed even worse this time. I would be an idiot if I didn't sell it to someone else so that I could make myself feel better. It's actually the real deal. I used the creator's special miracle benediction spell to exchange for the real deal. It is indeed an Eastern martial art that exists in some other plane. Why can't I learn it? My martial skill talent should be pretty good. That's because you need the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor and the diagram of the human meridians. Only then can you understand it. Do you think you don't need to be educated to practice martial arts? Do you think a modern person can understand those special pronouns that need to be explained by dozens of special classical books? Do you know where the Spring Surge Cave is? Where are the 12 meridians? And even if you understand all these, do you have the foundation of Oriental Buddhism to learn the highest level of Buddhist martial arts? Let me tell you, the most basic requirement to understand it is to have read 2,000 Buddhist scriptures and recite them. Then get me those Buddhist scriptures and related books, knowledge that can change the entire world. Give me the equivalent of 1 million fate points. Then why the hell did you work so hard to create this book? Are you joking with me? What's the difference between this and those terrible mobile games that claim to have a 1% chance of winning prizes, but actually have a 0% chance of winning prizes? You can only see it, but not touch it. I remembered that when I got this book at the beginning of the month, I was overjoyed. I thought that I had finally ushered in my long overdue main character fate and could finally try out Oriental martial arts to fight against Western magic. In the end, I couldn't learn a single one of those Oriental martial arts. Each of their names was more impressive than the last. At the time, I didn't doubt its authenticity because even though those magical books that I got from another world weren't used to it, they did enrich my knowledge and were the real deal. According to my statistics, in the 3 months after these Oriental martial arts appeared, you worked at least twice as hard and earned a lot of fate points. You even took the initiative to ask me for quests to do. You're so hardworking that I'm touched by the heavens. In that case, I've already achieved my goal. Astria paused for a moment before she unhesitatingly told me the hateful truth. Yes, from a certain standpoint, I have the same goal as the mobile game industry. If I don't give you some benefits that you can't see but can't touch, you won't be able to win prizes. Those magical books that you can only learn but can't use are just bait for you to eat. Meanwhile, these Oriental martial arts that you can't learn but can't touch are just for you to win prizes every month. Every time I won prizes, I would see the will slip away from my beloved item. The countless times I was disappointed and the will transformed into a mysterious flame that burned me to the point where I wanted to vomit blood. A mysterious grudge kept swirling in my mind. When I thought about how there really was a bastard controlling that damned wheel and teasing me every single time, I really wanted to drag him out and beat him up. At that moment, I finally understood Cavendish. If there was such a system in your head that was constantly thinking of ways to torment you, it would be inconceivable if you didn't think of ways to drag him out and beat him to death. Tisk, Cavendish even calls her his mother. What kind of mother would torment her son like that? Right, Astria? If Cynthia is the mother of our souls and you're Cynthia's older sister, then wouldn't you be my aunt? If you dare to say that word, I'll sing a divine song in your head every single day. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, Little Apple. Friday and Friday, Sunday, I'll recite copied poems from another world that a certain someone wrote when he was 9 years old. I surrender. Please don't bombard me with divine songs or shameless play. I was too stupid back in the day. I didn't understand the language and my translations didn't even rhyme. So why did I have to copy poems and add some poetic arias? It's bad enough that I was ridiculed by court scholars for being ignorant and incompetent. Please don't make me remember those shameful poetic arias. While I spouted nonsense, I was actually quite astonished inside. I was just casually joking, yet Astria was already jumping up and down. I could sense how the word aunt had a powerful, destructive effect on unmarried women. Now that I thought about it, I realized that Astria's relationship with Astria was quite real. Did she suddenly have another direct relative? But when I thought about it, the entire world was created by the creator goddess herself. In that case, all living creatures could be considered her children and grandchildren, so it didn't really matter. You're really so open-minded. What was incomprehensible was that Astria's tone seemed to be mysteriously disappointed. Did she really want to have 2 more nephews? Forget it. I wasn't going to think about it anymore. What a muddled situation. While I was spouting nonsense with the goddess, I was also loudly proclaiming the benefits of this mystical martial arts manual. I even casually sent out 2 sword energies to prove my own power. What surprised even me was that someone actually wanted to buy it. While everyone else was still hesitating, that dark dwarf didn't say anything else as he took out a bag of soul coins and handed it to me. When he saw that I was still hesitating, he actually handed me another bag. The moment he received the book from me, he immediately turned around and started running as if someone was chasing him. And then I saw that berserker demon who was trying to sell himself really stumble as he chased after him. Then several other people started running as well, hoping that their first customer, would survive. Tui. I retracted my blessing. I had once again underestimated how shameless these residents of the Chaos Abyss could be. I now understood why that dark dwarf had run so quickly. When I opened the second bag, I saw several soul coins with wailing faces on the top, but only ordinary silver coins on the bottom. Although the Black Rock tribe's craftsmanship isn't bad, they lack top-level warriors, and they're surrounded by enemy tribes. Not a single tribe would release their own warrior training methods, so this was a good deal. He didn't even dare to confirm whether the book was real or fake. So he took a gamble when he saw a sword saint selling his own martial arts techniques. You didn't lose out, either. At the very least, the first bag of soul coins was real. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw Hawkes, I would have thought that you were only here to scam the dwarves out of their money. An old Onababa wearing a black cape walked out from the crowd. She seemed to be of a high power level. At the very least, I couldn't tell which creature was uglier than their physical appearance. At the very least, she was astonishingly ugly. But judging from how the people around her treated her, she seemed to be someone who kept her word in this market. My name is Sarandra Aviskakaden Frodin. I mean Cavern. My apologies. My names are rather difficult to remember. You can call me Black 7. There's no need for honorifics. No, you don't need to tell me your real name. This is only a fake name. There are many Onababa here, and if you tell them your real name, you'll be cursed. The old Onababa who was talking to herself seemed rather nervous, but she winked at me as if to express her friendliness. Even an old man is so sincere, and a young man like you can directly tell me why you're here. What do you want? What do you have? Are you willing to pay the price? I chuckled upon hearing this, although I felt rather disgusted that she secretly cast a charm spell on me right from the start. It was much easier to directly make a deal like this. I had originally set up this stall in order to attract the attention of the local manager. Now that my target was here, I immediately stood up. I'm Roland, my real name. You can try cursing me if you want. As for my target, let's talk somewhere else. I'm very sincere. Chapter 561. What was business? As far as I understood it, it was selling the right product to the right person at the right price in order to obtain the greatest profit. In that case, what kind of product would be impossible for the Onababas who had their own territory and tribes in the Chaos Abyss? Weapons that were the Chaos Abyss's main currency? What about some divine weapons? The Onababas didn't know how to smith. Perhaps they would have such needs, but the truth was that they were quite skilled in witchcraft and alchemy. Even their enchanting skills were quite good. Magic weapons that would maintain a powerful effect in a limited area. A certain level of the Chaos Abyss was most likely where the Onababas gathered, and for a limited period of time, 1 or 2 days to 1 or 2 months, were also the Onababas' most popular products. Countless people had been scammed by them. It would be best to save on ordinary magic tools and equipment. The Onababas didn't lack such things. Slaves? Stop joking. The Chaos Abyss didn't lack slaves at all. Surviving here was the most important thing. Freedom was far too extravagant. It could be said that I had met with some trouble. As someone who wanted to trade with someone, the Onababas were most afraid of dealing with someone who didn't lack or need anything. However, there was one thing that the Onababas definitely wouldn't be able to refuse: shampoo, whitening cream, nourishing oil for smooth skin. Since you're a female, I refuse to believe that you don't need cosmetics that can help you maintain your skin. As the Onababas watched, bottles of fruit juice and bottles of milk were tossed onto the ground. These bottles were labeled in the common language of the Onababas. These were all new cosmetic products that came from a secret source. Wait a moment, these are my daily necessities. I just got these from Amelia 2 days ago. I'm going to replenish them at my place in the Chaos Abyss. The silly cat's pitiful screams echoed in my ears, but I unhesitatingly tossed out all my cosmetics. That was such a waste of space in my bag. Why would a slime need cosmetics? Just change into whatever they want, instead of using all those random things on their faces. They might as well use their own mucus. I'm going to go all out against you. So what if I'm a cat? So what if I'm a slime? Don't slimes have the right to be beautiful? I also know that these things are useless. But why do others have them while I don't? I'm also a woman. I also want to spend money on things that I know are useless. The silly cat was as troublesome as ever. She even seemed to be using some dangerous taunt skill. I decided not to go any further in order to not beat her to death. I'm happy to. The silly cat's reply was resolute and decisive. From another standpoint, Harloise was indeed quite valuable. However, there were some things that couldn't be solved with money. I've had enough of it. My cat smears those messy things on its face every day, and it also puts on a thin cucumber skin mask. People won't think that you're crazy. They'll only think that I'm sick. I also had enough of those pitiful gazes. I was obviously a normal person. I'm not going to do beauty treatments for my cat. Cough. It would seem that I'd become a spectator. After I finally rode on top of Harloise and took care of the cat, the Onababa named Black 7 also looked at the goods in front of her with interest. However, she didn't take it seriously. After all, from a certain standpoint, the Onababa's ugliness and aging were an irreplaceable characteristic of their species. Onababas would rapidly age after birth, and they were used to being ignored and feared by other species. It was truly incomprehensible that they would sell cosmetics to the Onababas. No living creature would naturally like to be ugly. This ugly appearance was more like a natural curse. Perhaps magic could dispel the curse, but magic and alchemy would be unable to change one's appearance. Natural ugliness was a natural condition. How could it be possible to remove it? In other dimensions, most Onababas who learned illusion magic would wear fake faces. Most Onababas would assume the appearance of outstanding young women, which meant something to them. You can try. Black 7 hesitated for a moment. Perhaps she felt that this was quite safe in her own territory, so she applied some skin whitening cream on her hand. However, she was so astonished that she almost dropped the bottle. Black 7's black skin and spots disappeared at a visible rate. Even the age spots disappeared. Her entire arm instantly became a young person's arm, while the rest of her arm was still that of an old person's. It was incredibly uncoordinated. Let me try. Don't steal, don't steal. It's mine, it's mine. Before I could react, the door to my room was smashed open, and 3 Onababas rushed in at the same time. They excitedly fought over the bottle of skin whitening cream. The watchers who had just been laughing at me and the silly cat's internal conflict were now fighting amongst themselves. I simply sat on the sidelines and watched the show while also suppressing the silly cat's resistance. Indeed, there was no cure for natural ugliness. However, when technology reached a certain level, even plastic surgery wouldn't be too difficult to master. And in this aspect, the wood spirits had an obvious advantage as they were capable of regrowing limbs and reconstructing their physical bodies. When I woke up from my deep sleep, I discovered to my astonishment that I had casually mentioned that women's beauty business would definitely be quite profitable. The wood spirits had actually developed their business to such an extent. Not only did they have all sorts of skin whitening and beautifying potions with instant effects, they even had to book plastic surgeries 3 months in advance every year. Of course, such changes wouldn't be permanent. Maintaining one's beauty would come at a price. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to stop using their beauty potions. This became a long-term business for the wood spirits. Perhaps a holy light priest and an undead mage who was skilled in surgery would also be able to achieve such a feat, however. Only the wood spirits would be able to achieve such a feat without any restrictions of their own faith. Or, perhaps I should say that only the wood spirits could think of using such high-level technology to earn money from women. When I heard that 1/4 of the wood spirits' income came from their cosmetics and beauty industries, which had become their second largest industry apart from firearms, and had even surpassed their income from medicine and agriculture combined, I couldn't say anything other than that women are the same no matter which world they live in. And now, the scene before me proved my words once again. In order to obtain these beauty potions, the Onababas were willing to engage in barbaric and crude physical combat that they despised. Cough, cough, I'm still here. When I reminded them of my own existence, I received a magical response filled with malice. It would seem that the wood spirits had never intended to use money to buy these beauty potions from the very start. And now that these Onababas had jumped out, it was only natural that they intended to kill me and steal my beauty potions. As for long-term business and trust, nobody in the chaos abyss could trust anyone else. Wealth that wasn't backed by power would only be a ticking time bomb of misfortune. And if the wood spirits truly wanted a long-term business, why would they need a middleman? They could simply extract all the information they could from your brain. You want to do business? Sure. That would prove that you had the power to protect yourself from being killed and stolen. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Perhaps I didn't tell you, but my younger brother is the prince of the Chaos Abyss, and my girlfriend, Harloise, ex-girlfriend, is a demon marquis. Black 7 was laughing so hard that she was trembling, as if I was telling a joke. Currently, half of her face was young while the other half was old, making her seem like something out of a horror movie. Haha, you're so funny. But even if your sister is the Dragon Queen and your older brother is the main god, that has nothing to do with whether or not you can leave this door. They're not here. I felt rather helpless. Even the silly cat widened her eyes in surprise. Was Black 7 a legendary prophet? Or was she simply someone who liked to jinx things? The next instant, the entire room seemed to come alive as it constantly shook. All the tables and chairs seemed to transform into living creatures that were running around everywhere. The Onababas surrounded me from all directions. They were filled with malice, and it was obvious that they were preparing some vicious witchcraft. Something was wrong with how my magic was circulating. It would seem that this room had been tampered with, and I had fallen into a trap. It was common sense to not challenge mages on their home turf. And so I flicked my finger, instantly changing the entire world around me. The pitch-black ground was the specialty of the Hades. However, I was currently on flat ground, surrounded by a ring-shaped arena. The undead were currently cheering from the spectator stands. They were paying attention to us and were waiting for the living to bleed and die. Since you don't want to talk business there, perhaps it's more appropriate to talk business here. Right? I forgot to tell you that I was once an undead emperor, and I was also on the Calamity rankings, Harloise. I'm still on the Calamity rankings. The Onababas had confused expressions as they looked at everything around them. This was far beyond their understanding. The next instant, I shouted at them, causing them to break out in cold sweat as if they had just woken up from a dream. They were still pretending to be calm, but their expressions were filled with fear and anxiety, which revealed their lack of confidence. It would seem that they still knew what the Calamity rankings were. Since you've all calmed down, can you listen to my request now? Perhaps you'll give me a price that'll make me happy in order to buy a safe return ticket? I've never forced anyone to buy or sell anything or take advantage of others, really. Chapter 562. The Onababas were infamous for their shady businesses. When that sword saint from another dimension foolishly followed the Onababas into the wooden house, everyone in the market couldn't help but sigh. Damn, he hasn't come out for more than 20 minutes. It seems that he doesn't need to come out anymore. It's a pity that we won't get a share. That's right, they weren't regretting that there was an additional victim. It was that the Onababas had likely already divided up this newcomer, leaving nothing for them. Several minutes later, everyone was astonished. That outsider actually walked out of the wooden house. Not only did he walk out, he was even chatting and laughing with the Onababas. Not only was that country bumpkin from the mortal plane uninjured, the vicious Onababas were actually surrounding him and smiling in obvious flattery. Could it be that the Onababas had changed their ways? That was obviously impossible. In that case, the only possibility was that this outsider had won a great victory in an open and hidden battle. Since this outsider was able to defeat these vicious creatures on the Onababas' home turf, it was highly likely that this outsider was a major character. Naturally, everyone looked at this outsider differently. Instead of looking at a fat sheep, they now looked at him with fear. But right now, I was quite satisfied with the result of my trade. My trade with the Onababas naturally went quite smoothly and happily under the gazes and shouts of countless undead in that circular arena. At the very least, I was quite happy. What was that arena? Where had the spectators come from? That was a long story. Didn't we previously have a war against the undead army? Although the land of death had stopped the undead army's advance, I felt rather helpless about what happened next. A barrier that allowed both entry and exit was the worst possible strategic outcome. In the end, I had to construct an ice wall to stop the undead army. It was that ice wall that gave me my inspiration. Yes, it was indeed possible to freely enter and exit my world. It was indeed quite helpless, but wouldn't it be fine if I simply constructed a wall around my world? And so, since I decided to construct a wall, I changed my design from a city wall to a great wall, and then from a great wall to a random sphinx and a pyramid. In the end, I chose a circular Roman arena. The arena was amazing. As long as the level of the arena was a bit higher, it would give off the impression that it was a soul world specifically designed for one-on-one duels. In such a soul world, escaping would be meaningless, and it was highly likely that the opponent wouldn't even try to escape. With the help of countless undead laborers, the construction was completed quite quickly. Then the laborers were conveniently left behind as spectators. This would also add some psychological pressure and realism to the unlucky ones who were locked inside. As for where the undead workers came from, but that was another story. I had to say, this devious idea of mine was actually quite effective. The Onababas, who were terrible at melee combat, almost peed themselves on the spot when they were surrounded in the arena. The negotiation afterwards was quite easy. As long as I gave them the cosmetics I had on hand, they would let me choose whatever they wanted. The location of their teleportation portals wasn't a big secret either, so they could give me 10 teleportation portals right now. The Onababas also had good items. At the very least, their strange darkness materials and cursed items were an eye-opener for me. In fact, when the Onababas came back to their senses, they even suggested establishing a stable trade route for long-term business transactions. They probably believed that only those miraculous little bottles would allow them to completely drain their fellow Onababas' wallets and treasure vaults to make up for their own losses. I was rather tempted. If I really succeeded in this business, I would be able to make a lot of money every day. Dimensional transactions were just that ridiculously profitable. It would be normal to sell stones for the price of gold, and it would be normal to sell vegetables for the price of real estate. But when I thought about how much effort I had put in to get a transport team from the mortal plane that was protected by powerful individuals, traveling thousands of kilometers across multiple levels of the Chaos Abyss, slaying dragons and demons along the way, dealing with all sorts of dangers and having so many companions die or get injured along the way, all for the sake of smuggling some bottles and white powder, I meant some cosmetics. Why did it feel like the quality of the products was just too low? If it wasn't for the fact that it's so easy to come to the Chaos Abyss and so difficult to return, and also that it's so difficult to get a favor from Amelia, you would have already agreed. What's the big deal about smuggling cosmetics? As long as there's money to be made, you don't have to care about your morals at all. Indeed, ordinary wood spirit products wouldn't have such good effects. It was even possible that they would be ineffective against the natural effects of the Chaos Abyss. While it was possible to obtain wood spirit products that were specially made by the wood spirit royalty, that would make them so many favors. But would it kill Harloise to not say it so directly? Were you still worried about those cosmetics? Everyone said that you were the incarnation of a slime, so putting those things on would only make you look crazy. Women were so unreasonable. Ouch, don't bite my head. Didn't you know that there was a little female lead who always bit heads because she was too outstanding in her role as a pet and lost her sense of existence as a female lead? Didn't countless female leads surpass her and successfully take over the role? Damn it, I already told you to stop biting my head. So why did you even evolve tentacles and whips? Do you have such a heavy taste? My lord, it's almost noon. Why don't you eat here and try our tribe's famous swamp stew? I was having a competition with the silly cat on my head while dealing with the Anababa's excessive attention. As for eating here, I didn't need to worry about my gastrointestinal resistance to poison or curses. Sometimes information would be the most valuable commodity. But when my life was in danger, information that didn't have anything to do with me wouldn't be that important. The Onababas had been operating here for countless years. They had given me the coordinates of a dozen teleportation portals, but I didn't dare to use them. This wasn't because I was cowardly. It was just that any dimensional traveler should be cautious. Dimensional teleportation was probably the most cost-effective method of murder. Teleporting to a vacuum without air wouldn't be dangerous, but directly teleporting to a Chaos Main God's dining table would make me want to cry. When considering how I obtained the coordinates for the teleportation portals and how the Onababas were famous for being petty, there would be no more than 2 or 3 safe teleportation portals among these coordinates. In order to prevent the Onababas from selling my destination to someone else, I told them that the teleportation destination was somewhere near the 102nd level of the Chaos Abyss. There was a large neutral city there, which was indeed one of the rare safe locations in the Chaos Abyss. It was only 2 levels away from my true destination, and the Onababas had given me the safest and most reliable teleportation portal, yet it just so happened to be on the 101st level, which was quite rare. My lord, the Dark Dwarves control a 2-way teleportation portal to the 101st level's Wild Rocks area. They can directly trade metal ores and magical gems with the elemental creatures there. This is also why their smithing technology is so advanced and why they were able to rapidly grow from an ordinary tribe to such a powerful one. And I could tell what the Onababas were thinking. They weren't the type of people who loved to help others, but it seems that the Dark Dwarves aren't in a good state. Is it because of the Blood Spear Lizardmen tribe? The Lizardmen had always had a terrible reputation. When they were weak, they had no qualms about being slaves. But when they were strong, they would enslave other species and treat other species as food and slaves. Even the Blood Spear Lizardmen merchant dared to act so arrogantly in the Onababas market. I felt that the Onababas definitely didn't want the Lizardmen to become stronger or harder to deal with. The Lizardmen's social structure was quite primitive. Their bone weapons and totemic worship were quite similar to the Beastmen's primitive society. They could only rely on purchasing metal weapons. Right now, the Lizardmen were purchasing weapons from the market, while the Dark Dwarves were famous for their weaponsmithing. It would be inconceivable if the Blood Spear tribe didn't try to attack the Dark Dwarves. And the Dark Dwarf, who was furiously purchasing martial arts techniques, was also a reflection of the Dark Dwarf tribe's current crisis. Could it be that there were no other suitable teleportation portals? I felt that the Onababas had intentionally given me this information in hopes that I would join them and make the Lizardmen suffer. Your wisdom is as deep as the endless void. However, I can swear in the name of the almighty, great demon god doll that the Dark Dwarves' teleportation portals are definitely the safest and most reliable in the area. There were countless strange evil gods and false gods in the Chaos Abyss, but since the Onababas swore in the name of their own gods, then this information was probably true. I shrugged. Actually, it didn't matter. Every teleportation portal would be guarded by someone, so it would be the same no matter which teleportation portal I went to. In the Chaos Abyss, strength was the only way to pass through. The Lizardmen weren't particularly difficult opponents to deal with, but since the Onababas wanted me to help out, it would be impossible for me to not give them some blood and sincerity. And so, I hesitated about what I should extort from them. At this moment, 2 other Onababas hurriedly ran over and whispered a bunch of things into Black Seven's ear. I watched as Black Seven's expression kept changing as she looked at me. Her expression went from fake compliments to astonishment, then confusion and disbelief, and finally despair and fear. You, what? You found out about me? I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? This was as expected. No matter how famous I was in the mortal plane, it would be meaningless to the Onababas living in the Chaos Abyss. They hadn't moved from their base for several hundred years, and their information about the mortal plane was already outdated. But after I proved how powerful I was, they would naturally investigate me in order to determine their attitude towards me in the future. I told them my real name and even told them that a Chaos Main God was my younger brother. They would be far too weak if they still couldn't find out anything about me. Black Seven was so scared that she curled up into a ball. Only now did she realize that she had just been on the brink of death. The seemingly kind and gullible young man before her was actually an incredibly evil individual. Yongye was the only undead emperor in the recent generation, the demon king who had almost destroyed the entire mortal plane. He was a powerful existence that even the gods didn't dare to offend. What was he doing here? If I had known it was him earlier, I would have given him everything he wanted and sent him off to the afterlife. After waiting for quite a while, the old Onababas finally frowned and managed to squeeze out a few words. "Greetings, Emperor. It's almost noon. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to try our swamp stew?" But she was just spouting nonsense just like before. Damn it, was I really that scary? I was clearly quite kind and easy to deal with. I hadn't been an undead for many years already. "Did you want me to show off my holy light in front of you?" It was so bright. I did my best to maintain a bright and sunny smile as I took a step closer. I intended to explain just how kind and easy I was to deal with, and that your information was outdated. That was the first step I took. Then, as if she had been cursed by a banshee, Anababa's Black Seven let out an ear-piercing shriek as she tossed aside her walking stick and started running. She was as agile as a young man. My smile froze on my face the next instant. My eyelids twitched as I watched Black Seven run far away. The other two Anababas did their best to squeeze out smiles that were even more amusing than crying as they slowly retreated. When I turned around, I saw that the silly cat was already rolling around on the ground. She was laughing without the slightest bit of elegance, as usual. I gave her 10 points for asking to die. The cat transformed into a ball and tossed it away. I took another deep breath, maintained my kind smile, and turned around. The previously bustling street was now completely empty. The people in the market were all old foxes. Of course they knew just how vicious an Anababa's Black Seven was. Not even the snake god of this dimension would be able to scare her to such an extent. How should a powerful individual in the chaos abyss deal with danger? Instantly running away from the street would be the perfect response. Black Seven gave a demonstration, and everyone else unhesitatingly followed suit. "Wait a moment, I still want to go shopping." A gust of wind blew past me, but nobody responded. Only a few slaves who were tied up looked at me innocently. That werewolf actually lay down and revealed his stomach while sticking out his tongue. Was this the submissive behavior of a canine? This market, where all the merchants had run away, was truly pitiful. And so I turned my anger and sadness into a desire to shop. I took out a large sack and started going on a large shopping spree by myself. The owner of the goods doesn't want them anymore, so I'll be nice and take care of them. Shameless! This was your scheme from the very start. Even my system can't bear to watch this. Chapter 563. Why do I feel like you're having a better time in the chaos abyss than in the mortal plane? You aren't usually this bored, right? Perhaps, after leaving the mortal plane, there'll be no more worries or pressure. Don't you feel like every morning when you wake up and don't know what you're going to encounter? This feeling of anticipation is just like going on vacation. A vacation in the chaos abyss? I can't believe you thought of that. Although it seemed nonsensical, I was indeed much more relaxed these days. I didn't have to worry about the matters at home, nor did I have to worry about anything else. I just went wherever I wanted. If it wasn't for the fact that I still had some troubles to deal with in my schedule, I would have long since been overjoyed. It's more or less the same now. He purposely leaked his name because the journey was too lonely and wanted to find some companions. Nobody believed that the Anababas would help me keep this a secret. After suffering a loss at my hands, it would be incomprehensible if the Anababas, who were famous for being petty, didn't take revenge. The cheapest and most effective way to take revenge on a powerhouse that he couldn't handle was to inform his enemy. And it seemed that I had many enemies in the chaos abyss. The Rose Divine faction, even though she herself had died, and her subordinates counted. Right? I had previously offended the elves so badly. Plus, Now that I had become a chaos main god due to Harloise, the elf main god would definitely hate me as well. Plus, I had also offended a group of chaos main gods and their subordinates back in the Hades. It seemed that there was no chaos main god that wasn't my enemy. I don't even have enough to use my fingers and toes. Forget about it. There's nothing wrong with treating anyone who comes as an enemy. Is there any place in the chaos abyss that isn't hostile towards outsiders? I've seen all kinds of cultivators' suicidal behavior, and I can understand your desire to quickly increase your strength. But aren't you afraid of losing it? This isn't the mortal plane where the upper limit of power is locked. If you encounter a main god who can use his full power, it will be difficult for you to even escape. I shook my head. If it had only been one main god, I wouldn't have been afraid. I had plenty of trump cards in my hands. Even if I couldn't win, I would at least be able to escape. No matter how bad the situation was, there was still a sovereign in that bugged world. Wouldn't it be possible to drag him in and perish together? And for two sovereigns to come at the same time, they really think too highly of me. I'm not that valuable, however. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had been cursed. Don't tell me I jinxed it again. This ominous feeling. A child's words carry no harm. The wind blows it away. While I was seriously trying to figure out which opponents could bring me great trouble, Harloise, who was taking advantage of the chaos to mock me, was snickering on my shoulder. Can you be more serious? We're at war right now. The giant dragon's angry roar was right in front of us, but the black cat and I continued to leisurely stroll behind it. Even though we were in the middle of a battlefield, this kind of opponent was truly unfathomable. We had already arrived at the Bloodspear tribe's defensive perimeter. However, the enemies before us weren't even lizard men, but rather some enslaved inferno dogheads. These chirpy little things are said to have the bloodline of giant dragons. After demonizing them, they are able to perform two types of surgical techniques. The number of professional witch doctors and warlocks is also much higher than that of humans. However, despite their outstanding bloodline, they are still the slaves of other races. The reason for this is still the unique characteristics of their race. Get lost, you worms! The giant dragon Hakas was an excellent cannon fodder. Contracted companion. He roared angrily, causing the inferno dogheads to flee in all directions while barking. The sword-wielding inferno dogheads covered their heads and ran like rats. The crossbow-wielding inferno doghead warlocks dropped their weapons. The inferno doghead warlocks were so scared that they covered their heads and ran like rats. Some of the inferno dogheads even rolled on the ground as they ran, their eyes rolling back into their heads as they frothed at the mouth. This wasn't because Hakas had done anything to them. They had simply fainted or been frightened to death. The average inferno dogheads were less than 2 meters tall, and they were quite vicious when fighting with the wind. They were also quite skilled at using traps and sneak attacks. However, if they met a powerful enemy, they would only need to kill 2 inferno dogheads that were tanky to begin with, and it would be quite easy for them to flee. Not only that, the semi-dragon bloodline would be suppressed by a true dragon. Hakas's draconic might instantly cause the already cowardly inferno doghead army to collapse. Such opponents probably won't even be enough to farm fate points. A glorious victory. You've obtained 10,000 fate points. Did you really think that I would say that? These inferno dogheads won't even get 10 fate points. Let's work harder. TSK, the Chaos Abyss isn't strong enough either. A damned place like the Chaos Abyss wasn't a level-specific grind zone. What kind of opponent one could meet would depend on one's luck. If an evil god and a purgatory kobold were in the same monster zone in the same dimension, how long one could survive usually didn't depend on how strong one was. Instead, it depended on one's luck. Right now, I was in urgent need of fate points and practical combat experience. Rather than relying on luck to farm monsters, I might as well toss out my name and have the monsters come find me. After robbing the Anababa's market and having a friendly conversation with the Anababas, I immediately left. I had brought a bunch of goods with me. Would I be waiting to be robbed if I didn't leave? I then intended to go talk to the dark dwarves and borrow their teleportation portal. However, I didn't even get 2 steps away from the dark dwarves' territory when a large group of inferno dogheads barked at me. And then I closed the door and released the dragons. The inferno dogheads were all wiped out, and I obtained a glorious victory. Then my system told me that I wouldn't be able to earn any fate points. These are only the patrols on the outskirts. We've already been discovered. Since the Blood Spear Lizardmen have sealed off the valley leading to the Dark Dwarves' territory, it would seem that the Lizardmen have decided to take action. Perhaps the news that the Dark Dwarves had obtained a secret martial arts technique was the final straw, or perhaps it was simply that the time was ripe. It would seem that the Lizardmen didn't intend to wait any longer. Their subordinate tribes were sent out as cannon fodder to patrol the outskirts. It was likely that they were already fighting against each other inside. Just as Hakez was about to give the Inferno Dogheads a final Dragon Breath attack, I stopped him. These small Inferno Dogheads seemed to be quite suitable for me to test out my new abilities. Awaken, Light of Salvation. Roland had already gotten used to this swamp. He was now searching for a portal to the lower planes. However, not long ago, a beautiful creature was also struggling in the swamp. My beautiful, flame-like scales. Roland, you have to pay for my cleaning fees, lost time, hair care fees, at least 3 months of alcohol. Many complaints would all be attributed to alcohol. This was how the drunkard Little Red had vented her frustrations back when she was still adventuring. Perhaps the reason why she was one of the few red dragons that was gentle towards other species was because other species were willing to help her brew alcohol. However, the current Little Red was in a rather terrible state. Her head was floating above the swamp, her wings were stuck in the bushes, and her clean nails, claws, were soaked in mud. She seemed quite pitiful. Little Red hadn't entered the chaos abyss through the wood's spirit's teleportation portal. Dragons were dimensional travelers to begin with, so they were the most authoritative when it came to dimensional teleportation. As long as one understood the target, it was possible to arrive first. She was indeed quite unlucky when she entered the chaos abyss. All living creatures had to maintain their true form when teleporting. It was impossible for her to fall to her death in her dragon form, so she teleported to a higher position. She directly appeared in midair and just happened to enter a dark cloud that was about to explode. And then her mana became the fuse that ignited the lightning and thunder. A powerful electric storm instantly erupted and flashed furiously. Ball lightning and chain lightning all came at her at the same time. Little Red was knocked into a daze. First, she was scalded by electricity. Then she was electrocuted. Finally, she was almost turned into barbecued meat. Her entire body was spasming as she fell from the sky and landed in the swamp. She was covered in black mud. A red dragon transformed into a black dragon. No wonder Little Red, who always loved cleanliness, was so angry. However, the fact that she was able to survive the dark cloud was already evidence of her strength. The lightning here wasn't as gentle as in the mortal plane. The surging lightning represented the anger of the entire mortal plane. For any ordinary mortal plane, the power of nature would be impossible to directly resist. Damned Roland, it's all your fault. My nails are covered in black mud. Even though the dragon was still grumbling incessantly, the corner of its mouth was unknowingly arcing upwards. Perhaps it was because the adventure that ended abruptly due to an accident had mysteriously begun once again. The gears that had stopped moving began moving again. Perhaps there would be a good ending this time. Chapter 564. The battle on the battlefield was coming to an end, but my experiment had only just begun. Holy light formed a ball of light in my hand. I raised my hand and let the ball float in midair. Light of salvation. The ball of light above my head illuminated everything with pure and gentle holy light. The aura of the chaos abyss was expelled, while the inferno kobolds that had long since been corroded by the aura of the chaos abyss were screaming in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Pure holy light was also the light of order. Perhaps it was healing for ordinary creatures, but it was poison for demons, undead, and purgatory creatures. A holy night. When I summoned holy light, my companion was the most astonished of all. Hakaz never expected that this bastard who had been doing so well in the chaos abyss was actually a holy knight who was famed for his piety and inflexibility. Hakaz had killed countless demons without batting an eye, extorted them, and even extorted them. Yet he was actually a holy knight who could summon holy light? How was he not corrupted after all this? Is the god of holy light blind? It would seem that Hakaz, who had been hiding in the chaos abyss, only knew about the past. Neither he nor the Anababas knew that there was another type of holy light in the current southern sect. But there's still no need to use holy light to roast these inferno kobolds to death. This holy knight is even more vicious than a black dragon. But what happened next shocked him even more. What he saw completely changed his understanding of the world. The inferno kobolds that were rolling around on the ground didn't turn to ash in pain. After a while, they actually crawled back up, and the holy light actually healed the burned parts of their bodies. When Hakaz took a closer look, he discovered that something was wrong. The inferno kobolds' characteristics had completely disappeared. It was as if their horns and dirty scales had been washed away, leaving behind only the scales and skin of an ordinary kobold. They've been returned to being ordinary kobolds. How is this possible? This was a completely incomprehensible reality for a black dragon. I'd only heard of humans and species becoming demonized, but I'd never heard of demonized creatures or species returning to normal. Holy Knight and priests often said that they would purify the souls of evil creatures, but that wasn't what they meant. That was to directly burn the enemy's body with holy light, which would naturally grant the enemy's soul freedom. For Hakaz, this was the same as a draconic human losing its bloodline and naturally transforming into a dragon. This was something he couldn't understand at all. At this moment, I was very satisfied with the results of my experiment. I'm truly lucky to have met such a good experimental subject. He's not strong, and his abyssal transformation isn't too deep. Otherwise, the concept of light of salvation wouldn't have such a good effect. The light of salvation was holy light, but it was not holy light at the same time. If one wanted to trace the origin, one had to mention the Battle of the Hades. Death, holy light, law, and ice were the four major elements of the Hades. As the Hades gradually matured, the four major elements mutated and created four new types of power. From a certain standpoint, it was just like how the mortal plane, which was composed of the four major elements, had given birth to countless secondary types of power. Ice was an extension of water. Wind created thunderstorms, and the earth element created swamps, lava, and so on. This seemed inconceivable, but it was easy to understand if one looked at it from a different perspective. The original elemental powers of the mortal plane formed the mortal plane. However, the more the mortal plane matured, the more it changed the elemental foundation to become more suitable for itself. Gradually, similar yet completely different elemental powers appeared in the mortal plane. Another explanation was that the elemental powers had been affected by the mortal plane's colors and characteristics. There were already precedents of such a mutation. The power of Hades, which evolved from the power of death, had already established a bridge between death magic and law incantations. All sorts of powerful law incantations and curses were now being developed. How could the holy light of the Hades, the land of the dead, not change? This is the light of salvation. The new light of salvation was much gentler than the old light of salvation. If the old light of salvation was about cleansing, forcefully wiping out anything that didn't conform to the natural laws, then the new light of salvation represented correction and reversal. It would gradually erode the unnatural parts of the target and then modify them. Since the Southern Sect's Holy Light users used the God of Dawn, one of the 4 pillar gods of the Hades, as their divine power server, their Holy Light was gradually changing. In actual combat, this new Holy Light had weaker attack power and was far less effective against the undead and demons than the old Holy Light. However, it had many wondrous uses. During an accident, a half-undead that was already infected by the undead calamity and was about to turn into a zombie was about to be cleansed. However, the Holy Light was reborn, and the half-undead parts returned to their physical bodies. It would have been understandable if she was a powerful individual, but she was just an ordinary farmer's mother. From then on, this new pure Holy Light attracted the attention of countless Holy Light job class members. Perhaps it was because of this miraculous redemption that the Light of Salvation came to be called the Light of Salvation. A golden tower of light guides the undead through the infernos. They can redeem their sins in the various infernos. No matter where they are, the undead can look up at the tower of light above their heads and desire the opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Perhaps this was because the new god of the Hades, the god of Dawn, had reinterpreted Holy Light. Or perhaps it was because this power originally represented the path of redemption in the Hades. It was also because of this special characteristic that the Light of Salvation had such wondrous properties. The Light of Salvation's attack power against the undead and demons is only half of the original Holy Light. The effects are slow as well. If it was the same level of Holy Light, these Inferno dogmen would have self-ignited long ago instead of rolling around in pain. However, this Light of Salvation's ability to gradually erode and weaken the undead might be even more suitable against powerful individuals. Through my experiments, I had already determined that this Light of Salvation's power was inferior to the original Holy Lights. However, after being diluted, it was actually able to spread even further. Its penetrative and corrosive properties were highly suitable for long-term combat. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to instantly ignite an undead or demon, but it would be able to gradually weaken them in combat, permanently erasing their demonization. If I'm fighting against a demon lord, this Light of Salvation will be far more useful than the original Holy Light. I don't lack powerful weapons for attacking enemies. For me, the Light of Salvation is far more useful than Holy Light. The Light of Salvation also had a powerful special effect against the undead, which was even more tempting. Undead usually had extreme personalities. Their stubbornness and hatred were what drove them. The corrosion of negative energy would also make them more and more eccentric and insane. Painful memories of the past would only cause them to sink into endless pain and hatred. They would be filled with jealousy towards the living and desire for flesh and blood. What drove the undead skeletons and corpses was negative energy. If they were touched by the Light of Salvation and weren't destroyed on the spot, they would likely explode with uncontrollable rage. However, if they were touched by the Light of Salvation's Hades, the Light of Salvation that guided the emissaries, not only would they be weakened, the Light of Salvation would also gradually erase the negative energies' negative influence on their personality, allowing them to regain their rationality when they were still alive. It was as if they were natural undead. Many of Barty's main undead battlefields had Light of Salvation lighthouses like this. The undead's undead army that was illuminated by the Light of Salvation from such a long distance would actually experience fatigue, and other negative effects that were almost impossible for the undead to experience. This would also greatly reduce the undead's offensive prowess. In summary, light therapy can cure mental illnesses. Although this description sounds rather awkward, it's indeed correct. I finally understand why you chose this concept. Your illness can be cured. You can't stop taking the medicine. You want electrotherapy and light therapy. I feel like I need to give my cat a 48-hour holy light bath. Now that I confirmed the Light of Salvation's effects, perhaps I would finally be able to create my first magic sword. Chapter 565. At this moment, The battlefield had come to a standstill. The holy ball of light floated above their heads. The holy light added a sense of ritual to the bloodied battlefield. The holy light shone on the faces of the knights, making them look solemn and holy. However, this holy knight kept on saying something that made me feel helpless. I finally understand why archmages like to have several balls of light floating above their heads. Convenient to attack? As energy reserves? You need to spend mana to maintain it. Rather than saying that it's storing energy, it's more like it's using extra mana. As for making it convenient to attack, that's obviously nonsense. With such a high-energy ball floating above your head, not only will you have to split your attention to control it, you'll also have to prevent your opponent from detonating it. It'd be hilarious if you were killed by your own energy ball. Then why do all the archmages like these things? Harloise didn't understand. Although she personally didn't have such a habit, she knew quite a few elven archmages who had the habit of having several energy balls floating above their heads. If she asked them, most of them would just smile mysteriously and say nothing. I laughed upon hearing this. I looked forward and faintly sighed, revealing an expression that said I shouldn't pursue the past. Of course it's to act cool. Don't you think that having several energy balls floating above your head makes you seem really classy and cool? Indeed, through my many years of research, I discovered that most mages who had energy balls floating above their heads only used the excuse of showing off their strength to act cool. Mage robes and staffs were weapons and equipment, so of course they would prioritize functionality. Classic designs had long since been set in stone, and even if they were to decorate their robes, it wouldn't be much better. How should I create something different from other mages? How about having an energy ball floating above my head? Fine then, I even knew an archmage who had 10 fireballs floating above his head. That was enough to play billiards on his head. What made me even more worried was that he would shoot a white ball into his head and blow himself up. What? I was so stupid back then. Impossible. My pitiful elemental affinity and control wouldn't even be able to create energy balls. They would all explode before I could create them. Cough, cough, I think I leaked something. It would be a waste to be young if you weren't Chinibu. The most important thing was what you could learn during your Chinibu period. The lesson I have learned from this incident, back when I was still in the mage country, I once made a product plan. I used alchemy to create magic tools and made a few automatically floating balls. I then sold them to apprentice mages who couldn't float, and they could even choose the color they wanted. Harloise was shocked. How could this person be so shameless? But since this product wasn't really on sale, it probably meant that no one was selling it. How is it possible that no one wants to buy them? I've only been swaggering around with 2 balls, and I've already received a few hundred orders. Not only are there apprentices, there are also quite a few intermediate and advanced mages. It seems like those great mages are jealous of the way they float the balls. Heloise was even more puzzled. She had never seen such a product before. But that night, I received a dozen death threats. If I dared to sell such things again, I would fail my course, be expelled, be killed, or be fed to the dogs. These bastard archmages are actually monopolizing the market. Great mages are allowed to float the ball, but apprentices are not allowed to head the ball? Heloise's worldview was once again refreshed. These brats really knew how to play. And now, thanks to my outstanding affinity with holy light, I could finally complete the image of an archmage with a ball floating above my head. Archmages don't know how to use holy light, do they? The silly cat's comment was so annoying. Why didn't she get beaten to death? Yep, she was already dead. However, I summoned an ice mirror and took a look. The holy light ball floating above my head was indeed slightly different from what I had imagined. Rather than calling it an archmage, it would be more accurate to call it a holy light job class member. However, I suddenly had an idea. Rise, light of salvation. A second ball of light floated up, followed by a third, a fourth, and a 5th ball of light. The 5 balls of light above my head formed the shape of a mountain. Holy light shone on my calm face, making me appear incredibly holy and solemn. Amit Ba, I've already mastered Rulai's divine palm. Take a look at the ninth move of my Rulai's divine palm. 10,000 Buddha's greeting, ride. At this moment, countless beams of holy light flashed, illuminating the entire world. All demonization was expelled and purified. The chaos abyss was actually illuminated to the point where it seemed like heaven. However, when I saw how the Inferno Dogmen were swiftly being purified, and how even the filthy land of the chaos abyss was being cleansed, perhaps this method of using holy light was indeed correct. Compared to traditional methods of using holy light to gather the power of holy light at the tip of one's sword and use it as a broken shoe / wasn't suitable for the light of salvation. The light of salvation would always be lacking in attack power. However, this type of piercing light seemed to be quite suitable as a source of light to continuously weaken the enemy. In order to further demonstrate this possibility, I brought the 5 balls of light with me and walked forward. The lizard men and Inferno Dogmen were first blinded by this powerful holy light, and then they rolled on the ground in pain. It was impossible for any species that lived in the chaos abyss to not be demonized. Compared to the lizard men on the surface, the blood spear lizard men before me had bloodshot eyes and violent tempers. They also had some demonized spots on their bodies, which was obviously the result of being demonized. Tisk, TSK. Don't look at me like that. I'm healing your injuries. Soon, I discovered another advantage of the light of salvation. It was energy efficient. Even a saint-ranked holy knight would have a limit to how much holy light they could use. This was especially true in a place like the Chaos Abyss, where the energy consumption would be doubled. However, I discovered that it was quite easy for me to maintain these 5 balls of holy light. It seemed that I still had energy left over. Low energy consumption means low energy consumption? Could this be the legendary energy-efficient lamp? And so, I thought of a new way to play with the light of salvation. War Angel descend. Snow-white wings extended from my back as pure holy light flowed between my eyebrows. Holy light flowed out of my hair as I used my transformation ability that I hadn't used in a long time. I transformed into an immemorial war angel, and then I summoned 5 more balls of holy light. Look, double the number of Buddha mounts. You're hopeless. Meanwhile, Black Dragon Hakez silently flew back several kilometers in the sky behind me. He was bound by his contract, so he couldn't stay too far away from Roland. However, this holy light still made him feel quite uncomfortable since he was also partially demonized. As for the fact that Hakez had just revealed his identity as an angel, I could only sigh at how ridiculously blind the god of holy light was to have allowed such a vicious and evil individual to join the god's official team. Walking in the chaos abyss felt like walking in heaven. No matter where demons or magical creatures hid, they would automatically howl in pain and roll out. I even had to use my hands to sweep through everything in my path. This feeling was quite nice. Damned light. That bastard hurt the noble Fistonly. I'm going to tear him apart. All right then. It would seem that I was celebrating too early. It would seem that I had attracted the attention of a monster. The monster's voice reached me before it even arrived. Plus, the ground was trembling slightly. It would seem that this monster was quite powerful. Half a minute later, the berserker demon from the market jumped out from the other side of the valley. His body had increased in size yet again. It would seem that his pain had made him even more violent. Berserker demons weren't particularly high-level demons. However, there were no rules to demons' evolution to begin with. Only the berserker demon would know what direction each individual would evolve in. Still, the fact that this berserker demon had been able to survive until now from a low-level cannon fodder meant that he was quite strong despite his low intelligence. I should add a warning to the user's manual. Playing like this in certain places is equivalent to suicide, especially in the Chaos Abyss and the Death Planes. Judging from the fact that the high-level Berserker demon's body had increased in size, this was a super effective taunt. As for me, this was a pleasant surprise. I had just felt that I lacked a demon to experiment on, but one had delivered itself to my doorstep. It would seem that the Chaos Abyss was truly taking care of me. The furious Berserker demon finally found a source of light. He immediately jumped up and covered a distance of several dozen meters in a single leap. The Berserker demon's charge, leap, truly lived up to its reputation. His strength is quite good. The Berserker demon landed on the ground, creating a whirlwind. However, his brute strength and momentum, which would be enough to suppress a giant, was actually easily blocked by the tiny Berserker demon before him. No matter how much strength Fistonly used, he was still unable to move his arm. Any ordinary demon would probably know that something was wrong with the situation. However, the Berserker demon's attack being blocked only served to make the Berserker demon even more berserk. Its body actually increased in size yet again, and its brute strength increased by at least 50%. It would seem that this Berserker demon has specialized in Berserk muscles evolution. Berserker demons' three most famous natural talents were self-destruction, Berserk muscles, and stink glands. No Berserker demon with a normal intelligence would study self-destruction. Stink glands would cause sweat to secrete, which would be a vicious biochemical weapon that would make enemies nauseous in melee combat. A Berserker demon that specialized in stink glands was basically a **T-stir on the battlefield. Stink glands would stink wherever they went. These two natural talents were the foundational reason why Berserker demons were excellent cannon fodder. Berserk muscles would increase blood circulation when injured or enraged, strengthen one's muscles, numb one's sense of pain, and have the side effect of lowering one's intelligence. Judging from the obvious increase in muscle size, this Berserker demon's Berserk muscles ability had reached an incredibly high level. Judging from the whites of its eyes, its current intelligence was probably lower than that of a dog. Its frightening brute strength could easily tear apart steel weapons, break through city walls, and tear apart demons, devils, with its bare hands. This made it invincible on the battlefield. However, Berserker demons didn't get angry when they felt the increasing power in their hands. Instead, they were delighted. What a strong experimental subject. In that case, I can have some more fun with it. I unfurled my wings and gathered light on my back. The increasingly powerful holy light began to seep into the Berserker demon's muscles and expel its chaos magic. 5 balls of light connected together, and a sky-covering pillar of light illuminated the entire world as if it were a lighthouse. Asterisk squeak. Asterisk, however, unlike the Inferno Dogmen, the Berserker demon was quickly ignited. Fierce, holy flames burned on the surface of its body. The Berserker demon howled in pain within this golden, holy fire as its flesh and the power of chaos were both burned and purified. If this continued, it would be impossible for the Berserker demon to survive. It would seem that purifying a pure-blooded demon created from the power of chaos will be impossible. That's to say, they're all products of the Chaos Soul's constant demonization. If I expel the power of chaos, what will be left? Asterisk snap. Asterisk with a snap of my fingers, for of the 5 balls of light were extinguished. The 9th technique of my divine palm, 10,000 Buddha's greeting, became the first technique, Buddha's light. It would be a pity to kill such a strong experimental subject in one go. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let me think. Should I cut it up first? Or dissect it first? Chapter 566. Dark dwarves, or black Isoya dwarves, weren't native to the Chaos Abyss. However, they didn't have a good reputation in the mortal plane either. As an incredibly ancient species, dwarves were descendants of the Titan giants. They had many branches that could rival the elves. A single species would develop into countless branches, which naturally created their own unique culture. Since elves had a culture that focused on art and magic, it was only natural that dwarves would have a culture that focused on alcohol, smithing, digging holes, and sculpting. As children of the earth, dwarves were naturally excellent miners, smiths, and architects. In most dwarven society, no matter what type of dwarf they were, no matter if they were a tribe leader or a commoner, they would have at least one outstanding skill. If an adult dwarf couldn't wield a hammer to support himself, it would be impossible for him to survive in his tribe. Many dwarven tribe leaders and masters would be worshipped by their tribe. This wasn't because of their military achievements, but rather because of their outstanding work. This was a species that produced many masters. However, there were exceptions to every species. The Black Isoya dwarves were an exception. They weren't the most skilled at creating any kind of artwork or equipment. Instead, they were skilled at using their own war hammers and battle axes to chop off their enemies' heads. Apart from a very small number of blacksmiths and smiths, the entire tribe was made up of warriors. Under normal circumstances, dwarven tribes were quite capable of fighting as well. However, they definitely weren't a warmongering species. The foundational difference between dark dwarves and dark dwarves was that dark dwarves lived off war. Dark dwarves were originally mercenaries from the Dwarven Civil War. They formed their own tribe's culture after several hundred years of bitter civil war. However, they were unable to adapt to the peaceful times that followed. Instead, they started wars among other tribes and were finally ostracized by all Dwarven society. Highly militarized tribes, incredibly aggressive military tribes, and warmongering groups that were unable to adapt to peaceful environments. It was only natural that such a tribe would flourish in other planes. However, in the mortal plane, dark dwarves' strong bodies and excellent dwarven weapons were undefeatable barriers. But in the Chaos Abyss, where demons were like dogs and mages were everywhere, dark dwarves couldn't be considered a powerful tribe at all. And now this warlord tribe, which used a symbol of a black war hammer and battle axe, had been attacked by the Blood Spear Lizardmen tribe. After passing through the Cynocephalese blockade, I retracted my holy light in order to prevent the entire screen from mocking me. I stood on high ground and saw a pitch-black fortress and city walls. Simple, crude, and unadorned, yet abnormally sturdy, as if countless cubes and cuboid stones were piled on top of each other. This was probably a rare sight even among the dwarves, who were known for their practicality. Judging from the obstructions on the tree trunks and sharpened wooden spears, these walls and garrisons had been temporarily reinforced not long ago. This also meant that this fortress had entered a time of war. I couldn't see the lizard men surrounding the city, but I could see the lizard men arrogantly standing guard at a nearby sentry post. It was obvious that they were keeping an eye on me. Their arrogant behavior told me many things. Nobody would want spies from an enemy species to be right in front of them. Since the spies hadn't been eliminated yet, it was highly likely that the dwarves had been forced to the point where they couldn't fight anymore. If the situation was so bad, it would be quite reasonable for the dwarves to be in such a hurry to purchase items that could strengthen their tribe. I paid a little more attention and saw through the lizardmen's arrangements. They were indeed quite sly. They didn't intend to forcefully attack us. I could immediately see 7 or 8 hidden sentries and an equal number of open sentries. The lizardmen's main blockade was the main road. Their targets were obviously the dwarves and caravans that dared to risk leaving the fortress. There were several fields outside the dwarves' fortress. However, the fields were still there, and the dwarves couldn't see them anymore. If the Bloodspear tribe was forced to such a state, the dwarves would only need to wait a little longer. It was likely that the dwarves wouldn't want to starve to death, so they would have no choice but to voluntarily leave the heavily guarded fortress and die. No, you forgot about teleportation portals. The dwarves can gather food from other planes. They should still be able to hold on. Perhaps the lizard men don't know, but they'll lose their patience sooner or later. Then let's see how much the dwarves can strengthen themselves by then and how many reinforcements they can gather. Harloise and I could both be considered wily old foxes. After analyzing the information we had, we came up with an inference that was quite close to the truth. And so we weren't in a hurry. Since the situation was quite obvious, the dwarves would become more and more impatient as time went on, which would make it easier for us to sell them for a good price. But what we didn't know was that there was someone on the lizardmen's side who had the exact same idea as us. It was just that the person she was trading with was the dark dwarves' mortal enemy. You guys, go help the dark dwarves. Remember to extort a bit more protection money for me. The mountainous evil dragon occupied half the mountain, and 3 adult black dragons were kneeling before it. Although the adult black dragons were nearly 10 meters long, they could only be considered immature children compared to the evil dragon. These 3 black dragons were all injured. One had a broken tail, one only had a single eye, and one of its wings was missing in half. It seemed that it was impossible for them to fly anymore. Judging from the blood on the evil dragon's claws, it was obvious who had injured them. But right now, the victims were obediently listening to orders. It was just that the one-eyed dragon asked a question. Esteemed lady, didn't you want the Bloodspear tribe's treasure? Why do you want us to help the dwarves? TSK, how foolish. You don't even understand this. As expected of a countryside dragon, the outsider red dragon yawned and looked down on the native dragons here. Then, she elegantly spat out a mouthful of fire, burning the black dragons and causing them to scurry away. Learn a bit. This is the survival philosophy of us dragons. It's easy to meet with accidents by force, and there's always something missing. It's better to make them voluntarily hand over their treasures. You don't believe me? The 3 dragon heads vigorously shook their heads. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they already knew that the dragon queen before them was definitely a tyrant. Whatever she said was law. The big red dragon seemed to be quite satisfied with the black dragon's respect as she continued speaking. If the dwarves aren't a bit stronger, my assistance naturally won't be of any use. If I don't force them to their limits, who knows what other treasures they're hiding. I don't intend to just eat up the lizardmen's treasures. In our line of work, we eat up the plaintiff and eat up the defendant. It's normal for us to eat up the lizardmen and eat up the dwarves. All of you better be serious. Not only do you want to clean up the dwarves, when the time comes, you 3 against 1 on the battlefield, I'll go easy on you. Seeing how I look like I'm about to lose, those idiotic lizardmen will also bring out some decent treasures. The elegant red dragon queen revealed her evil plan. However, the black dragons that were beaten up by the dragon queen seemed to have learned something from her. They felt that their past lives as dragons were far too simple. They only knew how to extort and collect protection fees. This was an insult to the reputation of evil dragons. As expected of Lady Einmesis, as expected of the famous Varen's calamity. All right then, apart from Little Red, who else could this evil red dragon queen be? Her dirty methods and seemingly correct logic were exactly the same as Little Red's. All of you learn a bit. There's no technique involved in robbing at all. It's the type that people look down on the most. This generation is all about knowledge and wisdom. Use your brains and act well. Watch how I'm going to extort everything from both sides. It would seem that after leaving the mortal plane where there were so many ties, there was no need to worry about her reputation. Not only did Roland feel that he had successfully reduced his stress, Little Red was also in high spirits. Chapter 567. A salesman who suddenly showed up would always make people wary, and a helpful helper who suddenly showed up would always make people suspicious, especially in a place like the Chaos Abyss. However, although the enemy of my enemy might not be my friend, it had the potential to become my friend. And so I just happened to coincidentally encounter a Bloodspear Lizardmen patrol team right under the dwarves' noses. I then fought and killed off 2 Lizardmen squads before being welcomed by a group of dark dwarves. Of course, that dwarf who was jumping up and down on the castle walls, pointing at me, was probably the reason why I was able to enter Blackrock Fortress so quickly. Master, master, we don't understand your martial arts technique book. The moment I entered Blackrock Fortress's main gate, that impulsive dwarf came looking for me. It would seem that he had a high status in this tribe. It's only right that you don't understand it. I don't understand it myself either. Besides, if I could understand it, why would I sell it to you? I would have kept it for myself long ago. Of course, I wouldn't tell you the truth. At the very least, I would be more considerate in after-sales service for customers who came here to be scammed. I would smile and tell them, I'm sorry, your version is too old and needs to be upgraded. If you want to upgrade, please spend 500 soul coins to register as a member. Then spend another 500 soul coins to upgrade your martial arts technique to version 1.0 of the Chaos Abyss language. If you spend twice the price to upgrade to a VIP account, you'll receive a master's voice explanation, and you're guaranteed to learn. What? You don't need to spend money? Silly child, how can you become stronger without spending money? Bye. Then I would trick him into spending a second and third amount of money to upgrade to a normal member, VIP member, Diamond VIP member, and Lifetime Honorary VIP member. However, I felt that since I was surrounded by dwarves, they would probably beat me to death if I said such a thing. So I smiled mysteriously. Please contact customer service for after-sale service. Roland has the right to explain everything. Cough, cough, I'm here now, aren't I? How can you learn such a high-level martial arts technique just by reading books? Since you're willing to spend money, of course, I'm here to teach you. At that moment, the dwarf's eyes filled with hot tears. Good person, there are actually good people in the Chaos Abyss. Father, I wasn't fooled this time. You're wrong. There are still good people in this world. The young dwarf turned around with hot tears in his eyes. The black-haired, long-bearded dwarf he referred to as his father seemed to be the leader of this group. All right, there are too many bad points. Let me go through them first. It seemed that the dwarf prince had been criticized for bringing back a martial arts manual that no one could understand. It seemed that this wasn't the first time he had been tricked. Noble status, innocent, easy to fool. And so, the way I looked at him changed. Earlier, I had thought that he was an easy customer to fool, but now I was looking at a fat sheep, judging from the other dark dwarves' vigilant gazes. Even among the dark dwarves, there were very few natural fat sheep like her. And so I stretched out my arms again and pushed up another ball of light. Paladin! A saint knight? How can there be a living holy knight in the abyss? I have to say, the holy knight's image of a sucker is quite good. When the holy light shines down, I notice that the dwarves have clearly relaxed their guard. Do you think that just because you're a holy knight you won't cheat? He was really young. That's right, a holy knight wouldn't normally cheat others. But if he really did, well, he wouldn't be cheating anyone, so it didn't matter. It was definitely the god of holy light's mistake when he recruited you as a holy knight. Just how much of the holy knight job class have you done? Just how many unspeakable things have you done as a holy knight? The silly cat's words were unable to shake my will. I was currently doing something serious, not because I'd lost count of how many people I'd cheated. Be more serious. You're lying. Even though I was inwardly commenting, I had a serious expression on my face. Holy light shone on my face, and motes of holy light fell on the ground. I was always accompanied by justice and holiness. We've come to this land of evil in order to carry out a holy mission. That was all I needed to say. Every year, there would be some holy knight with a screw loose who would voluntarily go out to fight against evil. And those who directly rushed into the Chaos Abyss were probably the ones with the worst screw loose. What place is more evil than the Chaos Abyss? We should be sweeping through the Chaos Abyss and killing all the evil demons and devils. Why are we only waiting for those villains to attack us? We should actively attack them and kill the threat in the cradle. Such a saying was quite popular among the radical holy knight. However, 80% of those who actually went out to fight against evil would die in the chaos abyss. 10% would have their wills collapse, and the remaining 10%, no, they wouldn't succeed in fighting against evil. They would transform into demons and become residents of the chaos abyss. As far as I knew, very few holy knights who went to the chaos abyss were able to return. The chaos abyss was filled with evil and would devour everything. Holy knights would receive special treatment from the will of the chaos abyss. They would often die especially pitiful deaths. Would you be able to obtain victory in a single battle? Would you be able to obtain victory in a daily battle? Would you be able to fight against a powerful demon noble? How many demon lords would you be able to escape from? Every living creature here, even the soil itself, was filled with evil. How many could you possibly fight against? If you stopped your determination to fight against evil, that would be the equivalent of betraying your own faith. You would fall into depravity, but with endless evil right before you, how many could you possibly fight against? If you were lucky, you would be able to escape with your life before becoming useless. If you were unlucky, you would have to stay here forever. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Estrada had once gone to the chaos abyss for a special reason, but he had returned quite smoothly. Adam and I had also gone to several levels of the chaos abyss during our travels back in the day. Our current meeting location was exactly the same as before. Cough, I went off topic. Right now, the dwarves were looking at me with expressions like, "Yet another holy knight with a screw loose," or, "I wonder how long he'll be able to live." But with this new skin, the dwarves were much less vigilant and hostile toward me. Meanwhile, even though the dwarves were also evil residents of the chaos abyss, the dwarves seemed to be easier to deal with than the other residents of the chaos abyss. Since both sides had lowered their vigilance and had a need for each other, it would naturally be easier to communicate with each other. I only gave the dwarven leader's son named Moore a few simple pointers on his martial arts, and I obtained the trust of this naive young dwarf, who was over 100 years old. I then casually revealed to him that I intended to go to the deeper chaos abyss to fight against even stronger evils. Moore almost blurted out that he had a teleportation portal to the lower planes. A stable teleportation portal would be a priceless treasure. It was obvious that this was the Blackrock dwarves' top secret. Fortunately, the dwarven guard stopped him. Otherwise, if he had revealed this secret, even I wouldn't have been able to deal with him. As we chatted, Moore became even more filled with hope and dreams for the mortal plane. He wanted nothing more than to immediately head to the mortal plane for an adventure. This was even more astonishing. Such a naive, dark dwarf had actually lived in the chaos abyss for almost 100 years. I could only sigh at the arrangements of fate. As we chatted, I more or less understood the situation between the Blackrock dwarves and the Bloodspear lizardmen. Actually, there wasn't anything new about the situation. Originally, both sides minded their own business, but there were many conflicts and grudges between them. Then, one day, the lizardmen suddenly obtained some sort of treasure and suddenly became powerful. They then began to take over territory and capture other species as their vassals and slaves. The dwarves weren't easy to deal with either. They had a strong army and excellent weapons. Both sides viciously fought several times. The lizard men trained draconic beasts to be cannon fodder, while the dwarves had limited numbers and couldn't afford to suffer losses. In the end, they could only retreat and defend. Recently, however, the lizard men had become more and more arrogant. They constantly attacked dwarven merchant groups and pedestrians. Merchants who wanted to purchase dwarven weapons didn't even dare to come to the dwarves' territory anymore. There was also a problem with the dwarves' food supply. Judging from how easily the dwarves told me what they wanted to do, they also intended to drag me down with them. If an impulsive young holy knight heard that there were such evil creatures here, he would immediately take his sword and charge at them, although this would be quite fitting for my current personality, but it's a pity that I now have an even more divine mission. The great holy light will guide me to complete my own trial, and my holy sword was also destroyed in battle. I'm currently searching for a new holy sword. I had a perfectly timed expression of regret as I expressed my desire for battle. Actually, what I said just now was all nonsense. What was a divine mission? For a holy knight, wouldn't every day count as a trial? As for my holy sword being destroyed, I didn't mention the time. How many holy swords had I already broken in battle? However, my words were altered by my expression. In the eyes of Moore and the others, my holy knight's expression was filled with hesitation and guilt. That was because he was carrying a god's mission, and he regretted not being able to fight against the evil creatures before him. My words also faintly revealed that I had a powerful strength that allowed me to look down on the lizard men. I also unintentionally revealed that I needed a convenient holy sword. All right then, I wasn't afraid of you being determined to leave. I was afraid that you had no desires. Do you want a weapon? Don't you know where you are? This is the Dark Dwarves' castle. Everyone would think of blacksmiths when mentioning the Dark Dwarves. However, not only were they skilled at digging holes, they were also excellent miners. The Dark Dwarves were incredibly wealthy as they possessed dimensional portals, especially when it came to magical ores. They had thousands of years of accumulated magical ores. Right now, I was going to create a batch of magic swords, but I was currently lacking materials. Since I met them, how could I possibly miss this opportunity? And then I told more stories and taught him martial arts. Then I waited for the Dark Dwarves to deliver their treasure trove to me for me to choose from. Meanwhile, my new subordinates had probably already arrived at the lizardmen's territory. In our line of work, we'll eat the plaintiff before eating the defendant, just as Roland was feeling quite proud of himself. A strong black dragon met up with 3 adult black dragons in the sky above the Blackrock tribe's territory and the Bloodspear lizardmen's territory. However, they were heading in the same direction. They exchanged glances and saw that the other party's face and body had recently been injured. Dragons were highly territorial creatures to begin with. Even if they were of the same species, it was still possible for them to have conflicts. However, when they thought about the powerful god above them, they spat on each other and went their own ways. TSK, 3 crippled dragons. Little Red beat them up so badly that they lost an eye, half a tail, and a wing. They crippled. They lost all their tails, yet they still have the face to come out. Roland ate the dragon's tail. They spoke in unison. Dragons had excellent hearing, so both sides heard each other. However, they could only viciously glare at each other before going back to their master's task. They didn't know that their fates were actually quite similar, since they both looked down on each other. They were both enslaved by their masters, who didn't care about them. They were both sent to spy on each other. They were both sent to eat up each other's family. In the end, they would probably meet again on the battlefield. It was just that they didn't know whose family they would be loyal to if they died in battle, or whose family they would be enemies with. Their masters were good friends, yet they were enemies. Their relationships were truly messy. Chapter 568. When I expressed that I was willing to help out before I left, at least to help train a batch of warriors, the Blackrock tribe became even more enthusiastic. Not only did they tell me that they had a way to obtain more resources, they were even willing to give me some of their precious, magical gems as payment. Even I felt embarrassed by their generosity. Compared to their underground kin, the Grey Dwarves, these Dark Dwarves were simply too naive. But if one thought about it, the Grey Dwarves were exiled because they were too cunning, while the Dark Dwarves were exiled because they simply loved to fight. But the way I saw it, no matter what their ancestors thought, the Dark Dwarves before me didn't want to fight at all. At the very least, they didn't want to fight in the Chaos Abyss. A group of young Dark Dwarves was swinging their metal weapons around on the railings of Blackrock Fortress's platform. Their postures were decent, but it was obvious that they lacked actual combat experience. This was a rare sight in the Chaos Abyss. After asking more, he learned that most of these young people were originally craftsmen and miners in the clan. Now that the situation was critical, they were all pulled out for training. You actually have a chef? Are you lacking people to such an extent? A mountain king with a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right was the pride of the dwarves. However, this mountain king actually had a ladle in his left hand and an iron pot in his right. He even carried a small stove on his back. He attacked with his ladle and defended with his iron pot. Occasionally, he would throw his iron pot at someone. This scene was so beautiful that I didn't even dare to look at it. Shield of a lie? Damn it, you snuck in again. Go and cook. If the bread gets burned again, the boss will tear you apart. All right, he was a real chef after all. I did my best to stifle my laughter as I watched him run back with his pot on his back. The dwarves' foundations were quite good, and they were able to demonstrate their various martial techniques quite well. However, time was limited, and it was impossible to start over from scratch. It seemed that I could only leave my secret technique aside for the time being. Only the elite warriors who were stuck at a bottleneck would be able to improve in a short period of time. And even for them, cultivation required time and luck. The lizard men most likely wouldn't give them enough time. I do have a way to forcefully increase my power, but there are gains and losses, and the aftereffects will be quite troublesome. If a large number of strong warriors suddenly die, I'm afraid that all the dwarves will be dead by the time I leave. It was rare to see honest dwarves in the Chaos Abyss. I had a good impression of them. Since they didn't try to trick me, I didn't want to trick them too much for the time being. Got it. After racking his brains and rummaging through his reserves, there really was a way. Although the success rate wasn't high, there was no harm in trying. Have you heard of the Amway? Law. Dark dwarves were quite disciplined to begin with. Dark dwarves, who lived in a military society, were even more disciplined. They were a race of order to begin with, so there was no reason for them to be unable to grasp the power of law. Spreading law in the Chaos Abyss? Spreading the power of order in the land of chaos? Are you sure? Let's give it a try. There's no loss anyway. Surprisingly, the experiment was actually quite successful. For the dark dwarves, who were used to obeying their superiors in a military society, the law was nothing more than another military rule. I only spent around 20 minutes to successfully have Moore come into contact with the power of law, making him a reserve justice knight. This should have been a good thing, but it left me deep in thought. Although the establishment of the Hades allowed the power of law to break away from the jurisdiction of the origin of order, the nature of a type of power of order wouldn't change so quickly. The power of law was still the power of order, and this was the Chaos Abyss, the place where the power of order was the weakest. Any new user of the power of order would first have to summon their own power of order, and this would usually require a long period of failure. However, Moore actually succeeded on his third try. It would have been fine if it had been a powerful holy light, as its faith had already spread to countless dimensions. However, the power of law was still a newly born power of order, yet the residents of the Chaos Abyss were able to successfully control it. Either the power of law is becoming far stronger than expected, or the Chaos Abyss itself is in a state of decline. It's also possible that it's both. Our conclusion seemed like a good thing, but when I thought about it carefully, it didn't really make much sense. After all, most residents of the Chaos Abyss were demons. They were complete creatures of chaos. That might not be the case. Since even demons can summon holy light, why can't demons believe in law? Since pure chaos is an immeasurably unknown, then it's impossible for the unknown to coincidentally contain order? The goddess of order's words astonished me. Demons that believed in law. Demons that followed the law. When considering the demons' incredibly chaotic nature, perhaps there really were such abnormal species. Is this the explanation for how order can also be contained within chaos? You're overthinking things. This isn't a philosophical concept. It's just that every species has its own freaks. Beastmen have peace-loving ones, and dwarves have cunning and selfish ones. Race doesn't mean everything. Why did this sound so familiar? Then you admit that you were wrong back then? I recalled that this older sister of mine had been a radical in the past. She believed that every species should have their own role and everyone should have their own place, but now she was saying that race doesn't mean everything. Wasn't this self-contradictory? Cynthia was wrong. I wasn't completely correct back then, either. All right then, was this another way of saying I was wrong? Everyone could tell that she was wrong, yet she didn't directly say that she was wrong? Was this the goddess of order's pride? You're Tsundra? Tsundra, but not cute at all. Shut up. Let's not consider whether or not there were abnormal species among demons. If the seed of the power of law could truly take root in the chaos abyss, then just giving the weaker factions in the chaos abyss a new way of life would be quite attractive. While we were chatting idly, Moore was intending to show off his new ability to his companions. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling through the air and the rapidly approaching Manosaurus attracted my attention. As far as I could recall, there was only one type of creature in the mortal plane that was capable of bringing about such a powerful current of air and the smell of rot. A black dragon is coming. I immediately prepared for battle when I noticed the black dragon approaching. I immediately ordered the cannons to prepare their cannons and the shamans to prepare their divine arts. Everyone's target was the clouds. The moment the black dragon appeared, they would immediately attack. Dragons love to fly in the clouds, as it was both safe and hidden. But with my guidance, all the attacks were directed in the direction the black dragon was coming from. Aren't you afraid that it's an ally? How could there be an ally at a time like this? If it's an ally, then it's someone trying to steal my job. I'm just looking for a chance to accidentally injure them. If it's an enemy, it'll be even easier. I'll just need to kill them. Since it doesn't matter which side they're from, it's best to attack first. What's there to hesitate about? What if Hawkes returns? All the more reason to fight. He dares to return without completing my mission. That bastard deserves to be killed. At this moment, Hawkes, who I was concerned about, was currently running for his life. Not long ago, he had truly been nearly killed. The moment he appeared at the Lizardmen camp and said that he was here to help, he heard an angry roar in Draconic. You dare to steal my business. Hawkes was then shot down by a red dragon breath that descended from above. Hawkes was currently running for his life. His draconic instincts told him that a powerful existence was still watching him.